Oh,
Hey.
What's up?
oh,
Hey.
Howdy.
Mr. President, Mr.
I
Vice.
know. Got some big news today. But yeah, it's official. It's official. Before I talk about that very important news here, let's welcome our guest, Riverboat Jack. Thank you for coming on. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, nice to see you again so soon. I really enjoyed our conversation the other day. I'm really glad we get to all be here together today. It's very exciting to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
and,
yeah.
Find you on
Rebecca-
the internet too. Plug socials, plug websites. And
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Hi, I'm Riverboat Jack. Cover news and politics. You can find me on twitter.com/riverboatjack, or the site formerly known as Twitter. And you can find me everywhere under Riverboat Jack. That just YouTube, Twitch, all the places.
Yeah, it's great to have you on, and great to have you on when we have this announcement to make that Rebecca Azora will no longer be with the Leftist. I love making this joke every time. Every time.
episode.
You almost got me for a second.
Rebecca's gonna be late as she sometimes is, but yeah, she'll be here. I think.
She has a job. Everyone should know, by the way. It's
Yes,
she
yes.
works, and then she does this as a gift to not only us to have her wonderful company, but you, the viewer, to be able to have it as well. So
Yes,
That's right.
absolutely. We start a little bit early. It's early for me, at least, and it's definitely early for Rebecca, but we're always late usually, so hopefully you all can understand. But yeah, folks, how's everyone doing? You know, I've got a really exciting announcement. I've hinted at it heavily, but it is
David, do
official.
you have sound music? Can you play some presidential music or something?
I don't think I have that on
Drum
the
roll.
soundboard. Crowd's all hyped up.
I tried to change the background TV to flags, but I completely fucked up the TV and maybe killed it. So that didn't work. But just imagine flags behind me in that television. No, so I'm running for president. And Matt Binder is going to be my running mate, specifically because I need that clout that he has on Twitter. So,
Right.
yeah.
I found out
Blue
after
Sky.
the material was already made and posted and the announcement was up. I mean, I assume that you picked me because I would be the most executable after I don't overturn the election when you lose.
That and also we're about the same height. So I think that that's really important that my
Right.
VP is not taller than me.
Yeah, so it doesn't seem like you're so
for the
short.
photos.
When in fact both you are very short.
We are,
Right.
but next
you
to
won't
Mike,
know
I'm
that.
sure Mike would probably feel very tall.
And
There
that's
you
why I
go.
picked you, bud. But also, you're very talented, you know. But here's what I want to say. First order of business, day one, executive orders granting citizenship to our friends David Dole and Lance from the Serfs.
Hey,
Uh,
citizen, just like
Can I
that.
reject it? Is that okay if I don't want it?
No. Yeah, I did post some.
We will talk
some-
to Justin Trudeau about abducting you and forcing you to the United States of America.
Yeah, I
Um,
hope you can
I don't think
understand
we
that.
give a shit.
immediately, your Canadian health care immediately revoked.
Hey, I needed that.
So I do have some policies that I brought up. Feel free to ask questions here if you have any.
Oh my god.
I have a few.
Okay.
I'm for your mandatory homosexuality policy. 'Cause
Okay.
That's based. That's
Yes.
absolutely based. Yes.
Did you see I did add "Don't say straight" to the school curriculum? I
Oh,
do think
thank
that's
God.
really
Yes,
important.
I've noticed that as well. I
Yeah.
just want to know, how are you going to pay for it?
Oh well, you know what? I actually answer that on my Q&A. It's one of the first
Okay.
couple of questions. So what I'm gonna have is an effective tax rate. If you can see the third one here, an effective tax rate of anyone making more than $1 million per year of 99.9% will also be appropriating all wealth from billionaires and simultaneously jailing them. And anything else will deficit spend.
I
Sounds
Any
pretty
other
good to me.
questions?
you know, I'm noting the second to last answer there. What do you say to your critics who say some of your policies are too harsh, like mandatory homosexuality? They can suck my nuts. I think that's a really nuanced opinion that people just aren't
Very
brave
nuanced.
enough to say anymore.
Right. I
I know.
mean, look, I feel like if
say
they
nuance is
can't
dead.
take the bluntness, then they must support like the establishment. Because I'm not one of these like rehearsed politicians. Like I'm
Oh,
just
you're anti-establishment.
I'm
You're
the establishment, but when we get
Oh,
in, I'm going to be
shit.
pro-establishment because I will be changing the establishment.
Mm.
you're either with Mike Figueredo, President of the United States, or you're with the terrorists. It's that simple.
That's pretty much it.
exactly.
Two
Yeah.
options.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
to be clear, I will
Choose
be doing
wisely.
some authoritarian things, but my overall goal is to enhance democracy. If you go to my policy
Through
page here,
authoritarian actions.
kinda, yeah, actually. So I will
That's
be
how you do it.
extrajudicially jailing some people. I won't name all names. I will be doing one drone strike on day one of one American citizen. I'm not going to name who. I can't. That is classified information. But I do want people to know that one of the first priorities here, number 3, is deport Elon Musk,
Mm.
nationalize Twitter, Tesla, and SpaceX. I think that's really important. But in terms of like democracy,
I mean, you pretty much paid
So-
for SpaceX already in your taxes, didn't you? You already should have.
yeah, it's my company,
That's right.
so we will be converting that into a government-owned company. Now this is the democracy part. I don't know if you can see my cursor here. So
Yeah.
we're
Yes, we
gonna
can.
be okay, good. We're gonna be converting to a multi-party parliamentary system with proportional representation. In doing so, we'll be abolishing the Senate, the Electoral College, and judicial review as well. So the district magnitude is going to go from 1 to around 10 to 15, meaning that we're all going to have about 10 to 15 representatives. So if your first choice doesn't get elected, you've got a lot of other options. So we're going to see all kinds of parties. Fascist parties will be banned, but we will see far left parties. So that is something to keep
Interesting.
in mind.
Interesting. I'm learning about my own tickets positions
Yeah,
right
Matt,
here,
did you
right
wanna
now on the
add-
show.
Did you want to add anything?
No, what I'm gonna be doing is a little bit on the down low. I got
You'll be
some
going to the border,
ideas.
dealing with that.
Cure cancer.
Okay.
The stuff
Oh,
that the
yes,
vice
yes.
president usually does. Remember, Obama asked Biden to take care of the whole cancer thing, and he said,
Mhm.
"Yeah, I got it. It's gonna be cured."
Okay. One thing that I was a little bit reluctant to put down on my platform, but I feel like we have to hash this out now, Matt, because you might not be on board. I will be a little bit hawkish. So, in particular, if you go towards the bottom, I'm going to be introducing sanctions on the UK, specifically over their war on trans people. And I'm not going to take
Sanctioning
military
Turf Island.
action off the table. And on top of that, if they do not extradite J.K. Rowling to the United States, I also will not take military action off the table. So I don't know if you're on board with that. It's a little bit harsh, but I'm pretty firm on that. But we can negotiate in other areas.
I'm fine. I'm fine with everything I'm reading so far. Seems good to me. I'm looking this over again. This is the ticket I am running on. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, I'm
Well,
all into all this. Yeah.
So I have one question. The last one there, legalize petty theft. Now I've been watching a lot of mainstream news about San Francisco, and I was under the impression petty theft was already legal. Can you
Yes.
elaborate on this?
Yeah, well, they're gonna see that what actual legalized petty theft looks like. So
Already making threats.
yeah, I
you
mean,
don't
listen,
know.
listen, here's the deal. I'm creating a utopian society to where almost all public services are going to be free. So there really won't be a need for theft. So I think the crime rate is actually going to go down when I'm able to do this. Most of it by executive action. I will be making some extra constitutional moves here. I'm not going to go through Congress. Well, I will once I change it. But, initially we're going to have to do away with that shit and enact our parliamentary system. But yeah, it's going to take a lot to do this. We're going to need like a grassroots movement. So, yeah, it's again, on Twitter, also have the more Q&A.
I want to quickly address everyone in all of the chats who are saying, is Mike just doing this to troll Jank? Mike is a podcaster and a YouTuber. He does not do silly shit, okay? This is a presidential
thank
run,
you.
and this is the
Yes.
platform before you.
And
Give it to
I'm
him.
so glad you brought that up, Lance, because if you go to the second question, it is what are your what are your qualifications to run for president? And I think that's obvious. I have a podcast.
Well, not just
So-
that. You are the future president.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
President in waiting, some might say.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean that's pretty much it. If anybody has questions, I will be free to
I do
answer.
actually. I take issue with you
Your
calling
running
yourself.
mate.
I take issue. Yeah, your running mate has. I take issue with you calling yourself a podcaster. As someone who's primarily a YouTuber, I think you are lying to the American people by deeming yourself a podcaster and not a YouTuber.
Well, Matt, I mean, there's still time to replace you, so
I mean, Matt Bender is an actual podcaster. He's making a good point here. I believe you are a YouTuber. Though you do post your videos as podcasts as well, don't you? They're available as audio only.
that's
Or
true.
not, I mean, audio as
Oh,
well.
they are. Yeah. So
Yeah.
if you are putting up content on that goes on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and all those sort of podcasts,
He's also on the Surf Times podcast on every Leftist
Then it
Mafia
counts.
episode, which
Oh,
is
okay.
everywhere podcasts are sold.
That's
Okay.
right. He's on this
Alright,
podcast. That's
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
take.
You're
I
listening-
take.
people may be listening to this in podcast form right now. They're hearing
That's
this
true.
in the form of a podcast.
Yeah,
I
I think that when it comes to like negative connotations, when I hear YouTuber, I have like a visceral response. When I hear podcaster, it's like, eh. So I don't want to be known as a YouTuber, you know. So.
there we go. I support you. I mean, I'm
Well-
outside
Thank
the
you.
country, but you know.
Well, actually, some Canadians will be allowed to vote once I'm president.
Well, then
I
you
will
really
be
got my. Then you got my
the
vote.
executive order
Do you
granting some
accept
of them.
pre-votes? Is that a thing? Can you accept pre-votes from other countries?
I can't until I'm in power, but once I am in
Okay.
power, subsequent elections.
Then you will count the votes towards the total that you already had.
Yeah,
Okay, good,
absolutely.
good.
Yeah,
I
for sure.
will say someone who replied to you on Twitter made an excellent point. How I would personally read the presidential super chats, which would probably last well into a few administrations after ours. To be quite frank, I'd be reading those for quite a while. I think.
It's
So
just a
many glizzies.
24/7 live stream in the White House press room with Matt Bender there. Okay,
Where the
we've got
VP
another
just
question.
reads- yeah.
Taking super chat.
Or the VP
Yes,
just
all
You
takes
glizzies.
must
super
pay
chats.
though for your free speech. The press must pay for each question.
You got to afford speech.
I mean,
Yes,
they could ask the questions in the chat, but if you want a guaranteed answer, it has to be a super chat.
Yes,
That's how it works.
yes,
That's right. Yeah.
that's true.
That's how
Yeah.
you fund the government. Actually, that's
Yeah.
one of the
And I
ways.
think- I think
That's our
we'd
new
actually
tax
make quite-
system.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right, I've taken up enough time with my dumb bullshit. I'm sorry.
I mean, we should
It's not
probably
fun, Mr. President. Don't talk like that. You're telling yourself. You're my
we should probably address what you're referring. I mean, the thing we are mocking that that Lance brought up. Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks is running for president. He announced the presidential run.
wait. What?
This is unrelated,
Yeah,
by the
I
way.
mean- He's
taking your thunder,
We've
Mike.
started a new topic. This is unrelated to Mike's run. Okay.
Right. And I mean,
Whether or
listen.
not he copied Mike, we don't know.
I mean, I don't know what he's thinking. I mean, I've seen people claim that he can't really run for president because he's not a natural a natural born U.S. citizen, born to
Yeah.
Yeah.
a U.S. citizen, and I mean. The fact that we're even debating that as if it's a real run to begin with, is just,
Yeah.
to me that doesn't matter at all. To me, the thing that I mentioned online, the real thing that slapped me across the face, is this is a guy who, for the past few months, has been arguing with LGBTQ activists and their allies about how trans-inclusive language is going to push away Democratic voters. And then he turns around and does like the one thing that the Democratic voting base hates more than anything, and it's when you primary a sitting Democratic president. Like, I think that is going to end up really pushing away more Democratic voters than anyone who says any sort of
Such a good
trans-inclusive word at any point in time.
Well,
Yeah.
on top of that, all of the justifications for why he's running just don't add up. Like they just don't. Like he's saying
Doesn't make sense.
he's gonna hit 20% in the polls and like
25.
25% in the polls. Sorry, and all the governors are gonna get into the race, and it's like, well, the cutoff for even registering for the primaries is like coming up in like a month.
Nevada is in 4 days, and he actually
Yeah.
mentions that in the discussion with Anna about. So I watched his whole discussion. He mentions that in the discussion, but it wasn't brought up that if you're running to get other people in, then isn't it kind of bizarre that the cutoff is in 4 days? How
Yeah.
how is anyone else going to
Yeah.
join? Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, like it just doesn't make sense. And what baffles me, like there are some people saying like, oh, it's to sell books, it's to get attention for the Young Turks or whatever. That doesn't make so much sense to me. Like this is a guy who's built up his entire reputation over like decades now in this space, and the fact that he's like it kind of seems like he's throwing it away because it doesn't seem like he's being honest about why he's running.
Listen,
Well,
I've seen
also,
people.
last time
I've
he
seen
was
people do
running-
like. I've seen people do like comedy presidential runs purely for attention, but they make it very clear that like you can't donate to their campaign because they're not really running. It's like a joke or a marketing ploy. He's actually accepting donations from people.
Yeah.
Yeah, the website's up and running.
Have any of you looked at his website, by the way?
Yeah,
It's less fleshed out than my policy.
You
page.
actually have a
Sorry,
more
Lev.
cohesive
You have more
policy
coherent
platform.
policies.
He doesn't even support Medicare for all. That's not one of the 4 policies. Like you're supporting a public option over Medicare for all. What is the point? You're running to the right of Marianne Williamson. Why not just support her?
And he's basing he's basing that on public polling, which are Republicans are they going to be registering to vote Democrat in the primary to vote for him? Like what is his lane here? If his lane is the same as what Joe Biden was promising in 2020, then like what are you actually doing?
He's obsessed with these polls that show that like Joe Biden is unpopular, when it's just not. It's not gonna be what bears out. Like those polls don't mean
So far away.
anything. He's so obsessed. He keeps bringing up that's the reason. First of all, usually if you're gonna run on like a likability poll, you're someone who's extremely likable, and he's shown that he's not. No offense to him, but he's not. Like he's not someone who has like broad support or anything. Like the
Also,
Democratic
last
base
weekend,
very
just
clearly
figure out-
doesn't like him. Like they know who he is and they don't like him.
What were you saying,
Yeah.
Lance?
No, I was saying last time he ran too, the smears that came out, that was a much smaller election in which he won like 6.7% of the vote. That you saw what happened immediately. Was like, here's all these clips of him endorsing bestiality. Here's another clip of him endorsing
Bernie
bestiality.
had to Bernie had to reject his endorsement. Bernie Sanders had to reject his
Bernie Sanders had
endorsement.
to reject him because of the bestiality videos. Yeah.
Well, and the other
Absolutely.
thing on the website, he says, there's a section policy, and it's none of the things he lists are like really fleshed out policies. They're not even full sentences. It's just the concept of paid family leave, the concept of a $15 minimum wage, the concept of a public option.
And
Like,
doesn't explain what the percentages are.
yeah, or how he would actually do that. Like, okay, I agree. Let's end gerrymandering, but how are you going to do that in practice, right? Like, nothing about this is serious. And so it just leaves me wondering why.
And the most bizarre part is I was watching the video where he was talking to Anna that David was referencing, and there's a portion where an audience asked, "Are you going to take corporate PAC money?" This seems like an obvious question, but I just wanted to ask. And he said yes. He doesn't think anyone would donate, but he would accept it because he doesn't want to unilaterally disarm. But like your whole career has been trying to get money out of politics. You're not even going to win. Like they're not even going to put you in the polls. So why would you say that? Like it's honestly, I've been following the Young Turks for over 10 years, and to me it's humiliating for me because I feel like, man, was he always this unserious and I just didn't see it? It's there's no self-awareness here. There's
they've
no
done
humility.
incredible things. Like the
Right.
Justice Democrats, that's a huge accomplishment. That's something like, it's one of the things I had to
Absolutely.
preface all my disagreements over, all those issues related to, the birthing person
Rebecca.
stuff. Like,
Hey.
hey, Rebecca, good to see you.
Hi.
I like everyone started by saying like I have nothing but the utmost respect for like actually starting to make real political change using your platform like the Justice Democrats. That's an incredible accomplishment that
Yeah.
you have to give them credit for. This other one just seems, I don't know, like a vanity run or something.
Yeah, and like even if we're being absolutely charitable to him, and this isn't just some bid to sell books. Like if it were me and I were in that position and I genuinely wanted to run for president, I would be a little bit concerned with the optics. Just like, hey, even though I genuinely want to be president, it feels like maybe people will think that I'm trying to sell books because of the proximity to the release of my book and me doing this. It's so bizarre to me. It's embarrassing, honestly. everybody's dunking on it on Twitter. Like he's just like destroying all the goodwill that he built up over the years in the span of like 6 months, and it's puzzling. Like it's a clown show. I genuinely am stunned by this. Like I wanted a Jimmy Dore run for the lulz, and we got Jenk instead. Like what the fuck is going on?
Right. Like some people in the chat seem to be misunderstanding what's going on here because they think, listen, Cenk could run, anyone could run for president. The point is, this is a guy who is arguing something he's arguing for someone whom he doesn't represent. Like he is not the guy here. Like if you're going to be someone who's worried about Biden in the polls, you got to be someone who can outperform Biden. You got to at least be somebody who's been putting the campaign together long enough to actually make a significant, serious run and have an actual chance.
Yeah.
It's too late. It's too late. It's too late. I would say this for anybody.
Yeah.
Unless somebody came along who had a built-in campaign apparatus ready to go. Like if Bernie Sanders decided to run, which he wouldn't because he also knows it's a bad idea to primary a sitting Democratic president. I mean, I don't know what to say. He's just not the guy to do this. That's it.
Yeah.
Well,
is that it?
And something he said in kind of, because I've been paying attention to this since like he kind of announced on Breaking Points, and he mentioned something that just stuck in my brain, which was that he was considering letting his audience vote on whether or not he runs to be president. And I just
he did do that. He pulled his audience to do that. They got 76%.
Yeah.
That was what the TYT vote showed.
That's so weird.
But that's not a serious thing. Like if you're actually serious about running for president, you aren't like polling your YouTube audience about whether
Quick
or not
question
you
for
should
the
do it.
four other people in this stream right now. Do you think Mike and I should run for president and VP? David?
Yes.
Rebecca?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Yes.
Lance?
Enthusiastic, yes.
Riverboat Jack?
I think you've already won.
I mean, clearly that means we're going to get 100% of the vote from the American people. That's it. We're running.
All you have to do is rally in the YouTube viewers. You know, because it's easy. There's no due process. There's none of that, right? Now anybody can be president. I don't know. I know I'm just joining the conversation, but I don't know how serious we can take this man. A lot of the flopping that we see go on his channel, a lot of people have called him out. He's calling people out. His co-host is calling people out. There's nothing serious about him. What platform will he run on? What policies? I've heard a few, but there's nothing serious about him because he can't even keep his own word. He doesn't even follow. He just goes with the wave. It's a joke. And like you said, somebody mentioned on here, we know it's for you to sell your books. You know you ain't gonna win. You know you're not serious about anything. You're going up against Biden for why? What? What's the real reason?
He doesn't think Biden can win. That's why he's
but he's not gonna win either.
I know.
Biden and
that's
him,
why it
it's
doesn't
like,
make a
come
lot of
on,
sense.
nobody's gonna be like, yo,
he's
let's.
going to encourage other people to get into the race. He wants Gavin Newsom to join the race, and he thinks Gavin Newsom will join if he's in the race. He hasn't explained.
Wait, what?
Which doesn't make any sense.
I didn't know that.
It's too late to join the primaries.
Oh, here it is.
The whole argument makes no
That's what he
sense at
said
all.
in his announcement. I'm not joking.
Yeah, like look at this is the entire website, by the way. It's one page.
Yeah.
Shouldn't it link to what those percentages, like what polling he's
That's
pulling
what I was
from here?
saying. I was like,
So
I
time off
assume
for
that means
mothers.
that they're popular policies when they're like, his book is about how a lot of America is actually progressive because when certain things are phrased a certain way, and this isn't something new, by the way. Bernie Sanders was so successful because he was like brilliant at conveying that to the everyday, like, you know, the non-voters, the independents, everyone repeating the same messaging over and over, the 1% versus the 99%, all that shit. It resonates if you phrase it properly. That's
Well,
that's
that
whole
and the
point of
fact
it.
that the dude was a representative in the House and a senator
that helps.
for like decades at that point. He had a legit history of being in there and being part of the movement. He was always known as the most progressive senator, one of the most progressive members in the House. This is a guy who would make the rounds on the media, whether it be independent media or mainstream media. He was a known figure. So when he decided to run in, people saw and said, we know this guy's history. We know he's legit. We know we can trust him. We're going to get on board.
And it was an open primary. There wasn't a sitting Democratic
Yeah,
president when he was doing it.
exactly. Yes.
Like, that's like
yes.
the most important piece.
Yes.
Well,
and even that, actually, because Hillary was so expected to win,
Yeah.
he had trouble winning over Democratic base, like hardcore Democratic base people, because even they felt, no, it's Hillary's thing to win. Like,
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
so even with that, like, and now Cenk is running against the sitting Democratic president. And again, if your whole thing is to get a certain percentage of the vote because you think you can push Biden further to the left, if you were one of those movement candidates who could do that, I'd say okay. But
Like
you're
Mike Rebell.
not. You're not. You're not.
Well, and the
I
other
don't know
thing
where
is,
else we can take this story because it's very unserious to me, and I think he's making a joke out of something. We already seen a lot of other people make jokes out of, take this thing called presidency. They don't take it seriously. We've seen it with Donald Trump and other people who want to run for these higher offices and representing us. And I don't. Everybody is starting to take it as a joke, and I think that one of the platforms like that one, TYT, starting out supposed to be for the people and all those things, and how they flipped and attacking the. Now, if he's running for president, right, and he thinks he's progressive or whatever he's titling himself these days, but the main things that his channel is going up against, he has racist takes. He is against the LGBTQIA community, specifically letting his co-host rant about trans people. Like, who is really going to take this serious? And it said $15 wait. Like, come on now. Like, if you really on your show, you discuss how, like, people have come on there to discuss how that's not even livable for people these days. And this is what you're like, better. You've had so many experts on your show. You've talked about a lot of these things, and even your policies or whatever you're trying to run off of a campaign with, they don't even make sense. And I saw a couple of clips because I don't really take them seriously, but I did see a couple of clips, one with him and his nephew, or whoever that kin is for him that used to be on the show, but one with him and his
Hassan?
nephew. Yes, and that was unserious to me too, because I'm like, it's all giving. Let us get these numbers up. Let us make this make noise. Let this go viral, and that's that. I don't see anything. I feel like the more we focus on it, he's gonna get what he wants, and I hate that. I really hate. He's playing a game. Their whole system is to literally want to go, to me, in my opinion, to go viral. Like, they started switching up and saying these terrible takes, these offensive takes, knowing like this is gonna hurt people, and this is not what they usually stand for or say that they stand for. They attack people. They send their little minions that watch them to attack people for calling them out. And I don't, especially him. I don't like it. I don't like how he did with Olay. I don't like his aggressiveness. And I don't take him serious. There is nothing about him that's presidential, and we got to be more serious about that.
and
I just don't think it's even worth any of us taking this seriously. Like, I don't think this is a threat
Right.
to any. I don't think it's a threat to anything. Like, I think it's just. I think it's bad for him. I think it makes him look unserious. Like, I think it hurts his image. Like, that's out of anything. That's what it potentially damages is him.
People will buy his book.
I don't think it
This
hurts
makes for
anybody else.
good. This makes for good YouTube. This
Yeah.
makes for
He
for
might get on
good.
Sean
Twitter.
Hannity. So you can
I don't think it's even get like
Hannity.
their announcement video or his announcement video. Last I checked, had like 60,000 views, which isn't a whole lot considering like a lot like their other videos. Like, it's just not.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't seem to be getting a lot of traction.
Next thing you know,
I don't
Fox gonna have him on there,
Well,
and he's gonna have a show. He's gonna take his talents over to Fox. You know how it is.
Well,
Like,
that's the thing though. Like, I don't think this is, if it gets any immediate attention, it's going to be like Fox because they want to try to create some division. He's not going to get on CNN, MSNBC.
but
Like,
Fox will cut the
they're
check
talking
for
about like
whatever.
they're talking about like the attacks that Cenk's going to face. They're not going to pay attention to him. Like, they're not
Yeah.
going to mention his name. It's not. It's no. They're not going to attack you because they're not going to acknowledge you. Like,
well,
there's like a piece in in Axios and The Hill and some other place like mentioning his run. But in terms of like actual media attention he's not going to get it. I don't think he'll get any attention. That's my view.
So like I've been paying attention to Cenk for a very long time, just because like Mike, like I've been watching for like over a decade and just like paying attention, and all of this is just so bizarre to me. And I just want to echo, like, it makes me feel like a big time fool for paying as much attention as I have to them over the years. But I don't understand the calculus that's going on here, because I don't think he's even going to make it on Fox News. Like I think kind of what he's gunning for right now is to do the conservative like YouTube circuit, like Valuetainment and like Patrick Bet David interviews and stuff. Because he went on there like a couple months ago and was talking about how he wants a new type of progressive, the mainstream progressives, to differentiate himself from like the crazy far left progressives who are, you know, in favor of like, you know, trans people playing sports and like having healthcare even if they're children. Like, you know, it's a weird line, and he seems to be almost like intentionally alienating the base that he's cultivated, and it's just very bizarre.
I know of people, including myself, who basically stopped watching the show since the whole thing happened, and I can't watch them now. Like I just have a hard time taking what they're saying seriously.
President?
No, since all the anti-trans garbage came up, because it's like I can't. I know people who stopped watching, who like cut their membership, like all that. Like maybe they picked up viewers from maybe conservatives have picked up that slack. I don't know, but I know it's definitely turned people off, because it's antithetical to what they historically have been fighting for and what that network was about for, you know, almost 20 years.
Yeah, and it's not just that like like I was watching his interview with Hassan, which is really interesting, and the debate itself was illuminating in a number of ways. But like it's not he name dropped Lance again and basically like accused leftist Mafia without naming us, except for Lance, of like grifting off of his name for clicks.
I'm a scorpion.
Not Lance. I don't believe anything they say. Don't worry.
But it's like if you look at a lot of the response to the non like commentators that he was beefing with publicly, just like regular people in the comment section saying, "Man, this really hurts. What they did, their turn hurts because I'm a trans person. And I feel like, you know, I thought they supported me unequivocally." So it's not just like people who are trying to profit off of this for clicks and stuff, because yeah, we all know that drama does do good on YouTube, unfortunately. But like there was actual objective criticism there, but like his inability to take criticism along with this like weird, I mean, to be fair, Cenk has always been very bombastic and arrogant, but like this is next level where it's like, bro, who do you have giving you these ideas? Do you have anyone who's a friend who could call you on your bullshit, who you trust, who's like, "Hey man, tone it down, simmer down. You're not going to run for president. What the fuck are you doing? Are you high? Like, what are you doing?"
It does seem like he's a lot more insular than he used to be. Like this is his thing. He always talks about how it's really hard to see outside your own perspective, and I completely agree with that.
Absolutely,
that's him right now. Yep. Like you know what I mean? Like he's become the thing he is raged against, and he hasn't always like. Look, I've watched a lot. TYT is one of the big influences for me starting my channel. Like I've watched them for years. I had watched them for years. So like he was not always like this. I feel like now he's definitely more disconnected than he's ever been. And I hope there are people like to be fair, Anna in that interview, she was pushing back against some of the things he was. I don't think Anna wants him to run. So there are people that it seems like around him that are trying to, you know, be like, "Bro, what are you doing?" But it's not getting through.
Yeah, and look, contrary to popular belief, like I don't want to cancel TYT. Like I stopped watching them, but like I want them to be the old TYT that I thought I knew. At least, I mean, maybe my perception was skewed. Like I feel like you can still try to not be shit. Like you could try, like you burned all the bridges with the left and stuff, but those are just emotions. Like you can actually put forward a really good policy platform and still do good work if you try. And it just seems like they're kind of going down this weird path where it's like scorched earth politics, and they're just, you know, they base their political views now off of like who pissed them off, and the left said this, I'm gonna push back and base my view on the left yelling at me. I don't know. It's really bizarre, and it's honestly sad.
I love your heart today, because usually you be the one like, we stomping on heads. I don't care about age. Like
if Cenk was older, he'd be like, "Fuck Cenk." If Cenk was an old man in his 90s.
What's your policy on elder abuse, Mike? Do you have a policy on elder abuse?
It's all legal, baby.
I can't agree on that. Like I love you so much, but I can't, because I feel like, nah, they turned a corner. It's almost like saying, you know how even Kanye made a joke about it. I miss the old Kanye. I miss the old Kanye.
Mm,
I do, right? And I listen to the old Kanye, right? I like that stuff. I won't deny that I do think he's very talented, very genius, but he's done so much. I'm not saying that people can't change.
mhm.
People can, but when you are actively, I think he's not. He doesn't give a damn. He's doing this on purpose. His heart is dirty. He doesn't care. And he when you are actively doing this with a terrible heart, like it ain't like you just going through stuff and you really know what you're doing. I know that for the saved ones, they say, "Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do." That man know what he's doing, okay? And there's nothing that we can do about it. We're never gonna get whoever he was. Because I used to watch him a little bit back in the day, but it wasn't nothing for me to hold on. But even Anna, love her, mean it, but I don't care if she was trying to stop him or not. They've gone this far, and she has been the head of a lot of, a lot of bad takes, and doesn't give a damn. And she does a lot of pushback on that. So, to hear her speak up or whatever, that whole platform is going to shits. And they are, a lot of the people that they said that they would protect and all this stuff. And, it's okay to have an opinion that's not like everybody else's, or have a take that's not like everybody else's, but to be very hurtful, and to challenge people. And when people challenge you back, for you to cry wolf and go back to saying that it's not helpful. Their platform is really not helpful. It's very harmful now. And I don't think
Yeah.
that they can come back from it.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
like I'm a
Believe they
trans
should.
I'm a trans person, and so like I had, and because of my respect for TYT, I held out a lot of hope for a long time that they were going to course correct. That people engaging in like honest discourse would be like, oh well, here this is why the phrasing is weird. Understandable. Maybe this came as a surprise. It's trans inclusive language, but here's why that exists. And I thought there would be a course correction. And like I've had Anna on my show, and like I on good terms with her, and then this all happened, and there was no course correction really.
Mhm.
There was an acknowledgement, like when I reached out to her, that like I had made sense, and then a month or two later it was the same discourse all over again. And no lesson was learned. There was no there's no course correction at all, and Jenk has kind of gone in the same way, and it's very frustrating. But I 100% agree with you, Rebecca. There's an intentionality here that I don't know what is guiding their decision making at this point, but it is intentional. Like I respect TYT enough to know that they are not making these decisions because they are stupid.
And
That's
that's a
true.
great point that you made, because see, course correction. Like, some people just don't know, right?
Hmm.
Like, you could tell, like, if the conversation is being had, they don't understand that they're being hurtful, or what, or how, this is misinformation that you may be giving. So let's have a conversation about it, and let's fix it. Even if you still don't agree, but we can come to a place, because everybody is not going to agree, especially in this space, no matter if we're on the same side of something or whatever. But they were just not willing. The pushback was always fights. They were coming online, they were attacking, they were bringing drama. They brought, I remember, Olay on, and to discuss something, and he started coming at her
She was
very
an evolution.
aggressively, and argumentative, instead of allowing her to actually make her case as the expert in about the situation. And then gets back online, and the co-host begins to name drop. And it's just we're moving away from what we should be doing, and now it becomes just drama in the space. And I think that's where I just lost it. I'm like, no, I can't.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, no, it's not constructive. It's just it's like this scorched earth, burn bridge, tear down the left thing that I don't want to be a part of. But yeah. Yeah, I agree with what you all are saying. It's just sad.
We
But
should
that's where we
probably
are.
move on to another
Yeah,
topic,
I
'cause we've
thought
been
we'd
talking
bring
about
that
this
up
for a
so we
long
could.
time.
What was
Mhm.
that?
I just want everyone to vote for Mike and Binder, and
Oh,
that's
thank
all
you.
Yeah.
there is to
Appreciate
it.
that.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I
Are you
just
going to
brought
be
that
the
up in the
campaign manager, Lance? I feel like you should be.
Am I
Yeah.
allowed? I don't know what the rules are. I'm a
I
I think
mean,
affiliate.
I didn't
Canadian. I
even know
think
that there
Canadians
was
can
Yeah.
be
there's
campaign
a rule
managers.
here.
It's not an
Yeah.
All
elected
right.
position.
Oh
You can do
yeah.
it.
Oh, hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Oh shit.
He's got-
The
that was an evil
maniacal
laugh. I don't
laughing.
know about
Yeah,
that.
yeah. What have I done?
I don't know. Before we talk about obviously the very serious and horrifying news that's been probably the reason none of you have been sleeping lately, like myself, we
Yeah.
could talk about Steve Scalise just dropping out. That just happened.
Wait, that just happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
just dropped out. It was like
And-
less what, a day?
I have a
day he
video
was-
going up tomorrow that's done.
That's
Fine,
why you
fine,
don't
fine.
hold your.
Fix
That's
it
why you
to
don't
bear,
hold
yeah.
news stories. Why do you hold the news
Release
videos?
it
You gotta
now.
put them up
Yeah,
right
you can't hold
away.
news.
Yeah, those
Yeah.
you got. That's not evergreen. Like that ain't nothing. You gotta.
This
put
is
that
why
on.
I can't pre-record any
Yeah.
videos because things can change in 8 hours and that's it. Like
That's
there's no.
news. So when you want to drop it when
Yeah.
it's hot, you
Yeah.
gotta drop it when it's
Yeah.
hot.
Now I
Oh my
know
God.
exactly what type of guy Mike would be. He'd be one of those New York Times reporters who finds out something insane that Donald Trump as president did, but then kept it months later for their book so they could sell books. that's the type of guy Mike is. I say, got it. Okay.
I'm just gonna attach this Leftist Mafia clip to the end of that video.
Nice.
So that way it's like, oh, he knows. Okay, good. Because otherwise the comments are going to be, Mikey dropped out, Mikey dropped out. I'm like, oh my God, I know. Fuck.
Watch. Mike's video is gonna end with him. He's gonna put this on after him saying, "Mark my words. No matter how terrible Steve Scalise is, he will be the next Speaker of the House."
That literally happened to me yesterday. I a week ago I predicted that Steve Scalise would be speaker, and then yesterday he won like the Republican nomination. I'm like, that's right. So I posted my clip with the crystal ball, like, look at me. And now today he tries it. So I replied to it being like, I predict no.
It's okay.
That's
But,
funny.
are they gonna? How are they gonna pick a speaker? Like it's a complete mess over there. What's
Oh my
like?
God.
Who is
Well,
possibly
it's
gonna
be
get
Jim
enough
Jordan
votes?
now, right? Wasn't it Jim
Oh.
Jordan or Steve Scalise? And now Steve Scalise's out, so Jim Jordan.
Why would Jordan
was
get any
the-
more? I mean, maybe he will. I don't know, but they're
Maybe.
both
My
the same to me. I don't.
my big question is, are they going to be able to find anyone who doesn't have like the worst thing in the world attached to them already? Like
Yeah.
like
Holy.
David
I
Duke
mean,
without
that's
the
every
baggage
Republican.
dropped out.
Yeah.
The only
and-
way.
Jim
I
Jordan,
think
abuse enabler.
yeah.
that's what they have. That's the qualifications. You have
Yeah.
to have the worst thing attached to you.
Yeah, you
Like,
need
Yeah.
baggage to
you
win.
gotta,
Actually,
and it has to
Yeah,
be
it's
the
by
worst type
design.
of baggage, and so that the Republicans can romanticize it and make it like, it's like, hey, like that was like 3 years ago. I mean, like that was like 2 months ago. We
Wait,
are.
hold on,
like,
hold
no,
on.
we
I hate to do
forget.
this. Everybody in the chats are complaining that our audio, something's happened to our audio.
Uh-oh.
It's
What?
it's clicking and it's being weird and it sounds bad.
an
I don't know
hour
who-
in.
It just started. It just started. It just
Was
started.
it when I
really?
came in? What we looking like?
No, just
No,
started.
no.
People just started. So I'm gonna. I don't know
Weird.
who did it. So I'm gonna
apparently my
leave
stream
the.
is
I'm gonna.
fine.
People started saying it when I was talking, so I'm gonna leave the room and come back in. If that doesn't fix it, we'll just go down the line, leave the room, come back in until
All right.
whoever it gets fixed. So
Okay.
see you in a minute.
Matt for president,
Vice president.
vice president.
All right, now that we're rid of him.
Oh,
God,
no,
you gotta
who's-
drop that guy?
Who's the new vice president?
Whatever
Rebecca?
you okay, I mean, I don't know if I
All
can
right,
type,
there
but
you
I think it's
Green ticket.
diversity. It's very diverse. I
Mhm,
like that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, is it stopped? It's good
Someone
now.
said it good.
It good.
So it was when I left.
Huh.
It's
Ha-
clear now.
Clear
Maybe.
now. So it's just Matt?
This is.
Maybe
It doesn't
I
make any
fixed it when
sense
I
though, because
left.
I heard. Yeah, but I heard you fine. That's
Yeah,
so weird.
it's been crystal clear on my end.
Sounds good. Okay.
No, I didn't hear anything either, but everyone in
happened
the chat
before,
from
yeah.
all the channels started saying it. So it had to have been a StreamYard issue.
Yeah,
But
when we had
my-
Emma on,
my
it
two chats
happened
said
in like
it's
the first
fine.
10 minutes it happened. Right at the very beginning it happened. Just like I think it's a StreamYard problem randomly. But
They say Rebecca for chief of staff. I'll be chief of staff. Okay.
Okay.
I'll be chief of staff. I'll
actually,
be-
We'll have
could you be
some
our,
part.
could you be our press secretary? I think you did a good job on that.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
you're right. Let me go ahead and be
Yeah.
press secretary. It's more fitting. Okay.
Yeah.
It is. Like, yeah, I could be the press secretary.
I'm going to make Olay Attorney General.
Oh,
I think that'd
Definitely.
be.
Oh,
good
yeah.
pick.
Yeah.
David, what?
I'm Canadian, so
Well, you're gonna get
If
citizenship if I
you
win. So
like, why would
Which I don't want. So
against
it's
your,
okay.
yeah, against
don't
your
run
will.
away because I'm from Canadian. Listen, this is inclusive over here. Anybody,
What?
everybody.
I'll be the I don't know the Canadian
Ambassador to the
correspondent.
Saudis.
here's what it is.
Saudi ambassador. There
I'm
you go.
gonna establish a special committee to study the effects of nationalizing some video game companies and potentially making them free to the public, free recreational activity. And
I'll be in
David is
charge of
going to
that.
be the head of that.
There you go.
Damn,
Sounds good.
David.
Okay.
Mike just
Sounds
made
good to
up
me.
a dumbass
An
position.
awesome
to
job.
take
That's a
the
sweet
win.
job.
That's your president, Matt. Show some respect.
Not a dumbass position. Listen,
Hey, anytime a president makes up some new position, it's often just to give to one of their buddies who he knows can't do anything else right. Like, come on, imagine being like the general of
Don't
the
let him think,
Space
no,
Force.
David,
Come
that's
on,
not-
we know you can't do anything else, and that's why you're head of Space Force.
see, Matt just gives us vice president energy. You right, Mike for president.
He's going to end up being a Cheney.
I was
might
gonna
have to
say
do away
Ben's gonna
with
be
him.
very Dick Cheney energy over here. That's why I'm.
It's
Yeah.
very strong.
He's gonna
I
take
don't know
control.
if I can do this, man. I might have to throw you off the ticket.
Mike will get assassinated. And I will install a monarchy.
Oh Jesus!
Oh god, I've had way too much fun with this shit. Which is good because the news has been horrible this week.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
know.
feel like
Yeah,
none of
I
us want to
sorta
actually
wanted
start
to-
that conversation.
Yeah, it's been
Yeah.
haunting me every single minute of the week. It's just really bad. I know you
I
all
wanted
know
to-
the same.
You
I
can't
wanted to
tweet it out
touch on
either.
all these other
Mhm.
stories because I have a feeling that once we start this
Yeah, do that.
story, obviously
Yeah.
it's gonna take us. It's gonna take us till the very end
That's
of
fair.
the show. So I don't know if there's. We talked about the Jenk run as a lighthearted beginning. We mentioned Steve Scalise dropping out and how Mike has to redo his video.
I'm
Was
so
there any
mad.
other news any clips we wanted to play? Because otherwise we'll jump right into the real heavy stuff that's important.
Did
I
anyone
haven't even
talk
followed
about-
anything else. This is all I followed. So
Mhm.
Oh, I was gonna ask, did anyone hear about Texas and Daryl George and how they're like enforcing like hairstyles because he had like what was
Oh.
considered an
Oh,
inappropriate
yeah.
hairstyle?
Yeah.
And they're like forcing him to either change his hair or leave the school. But now they're going to impose like there's some new measure that came into place, I think, and it's going to be imposed maybe in other states that say that like this is just it's racist. Like it's just there's no question that it's incredibly racist. But yeah, I don't know if anybody's following that
Haven't
story.
seen that.
Yeah, I haven't followed it closely, but I know that he's getting punished because he has locks.
And
Yeah.
who's this?
He's
Uh,
like an 18-year-old black student at I forget which university specifically, but they basically they've asked him to either change his hairstyle or like or they're currently, I think he's being kicked out of the school as a
Because
result.
he has dreadlocks.
Yep.
This
how
is
is
why
that like legal?
Yeah,
This is
that's
why
Yeah, I know. That's what I was wondering. I was like,
different
isn't that
states
just
have tried to enact the Crown Act, which protects from stuff like
that was
this.
it? Crown Act. Yeah.
And a friend of mine actually had the same incident happen to her. She was actually working, actually my best friend, and she helped push the Crown Act in her state of Kentucky with Attica Scott. And because
Good for
she had braids and her braids happened to have, first of all, they were braids and they had gold streaks in them. And she was pulled to the side. She's HR. She was pulled to the side and was told that her hair was inappropriate. Yet there was another woman at work who happened to be white, like Riverboat with the beautiful red hair. But they allowed that. And the woman wasn't originally redhead, but they were saying because my friend, that's not her natural hair color. She cannot that's seen as like you can't come in, it's not professional, and it stands out too much. So my friend took it, and Attica Scott, who was trying to push at the time the Crown Act, and different states are trying to adopt that, which protects you from those type of situations, from prejudice or like being pointed out or whatever as a black person because you have a certain hairstyle. For some people, dreadlocks can be religious. Dreadlocks are a part of the culture, and it doesn't matter why you have it. Our hair is our hair.
Mhm.
Yet there is stipulations and that they put on people of color, specifically Black people, and their hairstyles. So for him to be possibly what kicked out the school because of dreadlocks is out of control.
Yeah, I have the story here. So we could just read a couple of paragraphs so we get the full story. But this is the kid. So, after serving more than a month of in school suspension over his dreadlocks, a black student in Texas was told he will be removed from his high school and sent to a disciplinary alternative education program on Thursday. Daryl George, 18, is a junior at Barbers Hill High School in Mont Belvieu and has been suspended since August 31st. He will be sent to EPIC, an alternative school program, from October 12th through November 29th for failure to comply with multiple campus and classroom regulations, the principal said in a Wednesday letter provided to the Associated Press by the family. Principal Lance Murphy wrote that George has repeatedly violated the district's previously communicated standards of student conduct. The letter also says that George will be allowed to return to regular classroom instruction on November 30th, but will not be allowed to return to his high school's campus until then, unless he's there to discuss his conduct with school administrators. I mean, how I don't know, like
His conduct.
this
I
is
see.
so wild to me.
I see. I looked up Mont Belvieu, um, in Texas. Correct, Mont Belvieu in Texas.
Yeah, in
A-
Texas.
And that's a 78.8% white. I just had to look at the demographic there.
Mm,
10% Hispanic and 9% Black. So I'm assuming that the school might be predominantly white and there's certain standards and looks and whatever. So the Black kid with the dreads, which is beautifully done, is going to be singled out and looked at as, like what he's doing is disrespectful, harmful, shameful in some way. It isn't professional, doesn't present well, and that's just because it doesn't present as in whiteness. So I think
Yeah, it's
that's
not
where
white
the
enough.
issue lies.
yeah.
Yeah. And that's why the Crown Act is very important. And so a lot of different state leaders have been trying to push that and so that it's all across the nation, but it's been hard to push something as simple as the Crown Act, which protects Black hair in professional spaces in schools and those type of areas. So
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I mean the entire idea of what is and is not professional is largely a product of white supremacy. It is a tool to keep certain people out of certain professions and certain professional spaces. And what is professional? You have to look back in history. Who was allowed into those professions
mhm,
predominantly? Who was allowed to make those standards? And like that we are still living in a very white supremacist nation that we
mhm,
need to undo in a lot of different respects still to this day.
mhm,
Yeah. Yeah, it's just straight up racism. Like this has been an ongoing issue. I remember Jon Stewart, like years ago when he still hosted the Daily Show, did a really great video about black women's hair in the military and how they had strict standards and they couldn't do hairstyles that they wanted. They couldn't have like long hair, braids. It's literally just racism, like pure and simple. And the fact that this isn't like a bigger scandal is annoying to me because the principal is just racist.
mhm.
I mean, there's literally no other explanation for it.
Yeah, that kid's hair looks great, and
Yeah.
it's not doing anything
Beautiful.
to hurt anybody.
I love it.
Mhm.
Listen, Black folks have hair that defies gravity. We got to do a lot to it already. So whatever we can do to it, like dread it up or put locks in it. That's what people call it, locks. It's locks. And however we can lock it up or curl it up or straight, whatever we need to do, want to do, we should be able to do. If it's not harming
Mhm.
anybody, he's not hiding drugs in his hair. There's no guns in it. There's nothing there. He's going to school. He just has dreads, and whoever did them very well and neat. And, I don't see what is not presentable here except for somebody who may look different than everybody in that school, and because of that that's a problem. They probably want him with a nice Caesar cut, like what that's
Mhm.
probably not this person's preference, and that isn't fair that they're putting again the white supremacist thinking on these on kids, like on Black kids. It's like, if you don't understand it, y'all need to have a conversation. They need to shut down the school, do about 2 4 days uh talking about race, figuring out what they can and cannot do, and how they're singling out kids. This is trauma for this child. Like, I live here, I go to school here, and I'm trying to do what all the other kids are doing, and they're still singling me out. I know that I'm black already, and I'm just coming here to learn like everybody else, and I'm being singled out and told that me just having this hairstyle is disrespectful in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah,
So,
I
Yeah.
I have a hard
Yeah.
time getting why anybody even fucking cares. Like, it's
Right.
just like I would
Yeah.
it would never even cross my mind to even look at, like, I wouldn't remember what anyone's hair looked like. I just it's not something I think about. Like, it's just what they wear, what hair they have. Who gives a shit? It's just so the whole thing is so bizarre to me. Which again, which is why it's clearly rooted in racism, white supremacy, because there's no logical explanation for it.
Yeah, who is it distracting? You know, it's probably not distracting those other kids. It's distracting someone who is racist and is looking to vent that.
Yep,
Yeah.
and that's just that. I feel terrible for him, but I really hope that there's justice here. They're called out for this, the school especially, and the
Mhm.
leadership at the school, is challenged on this. This is what we need to see, because y'all can't keep putting how you guys feel on these kids. You're supposed to be doing one thing, that's keeping these kids safe, making sure that they learn, and that's it. And if they do something wrong, that's when you do something. The hair isn't black hair, especially, ain't nothing wrong with it. Nothing.
Yeah. The fact that that even has to be said is like so depressing.
It is. I mean, imagine like
Yeah.
going to especially when I first started as a journalist, a baby journal. When I was in school, I had to work locally at the news station and the radio station. And at the time, I wore my hair straight, and I went to an HBCU. A historical black college and university, FAMU, the number one in the nation. But I went to that school, and they even told us, like, hey, you're going over there to the white news station. So you have to look a certain kind of way. Couldn't do my nails like this. Of course, this was considered unprofessional, especially back then. I mean, I went with that. I understood that. So I had to keep them short, keep them nude. But then it was the hair thing. I kept my hair straight, but I didn't always want to wear it straight. I didn't always want to wear extensions. Sometimes I wanted to wear my hair curly, but it confused people inside of the newsroom. So a lot of us young black girls had to wear our hair like that. That's why I was
Wow.
really glad to see the evolving of that. As many black women in the news spaces were like going to work without the wig on, or going to work without their hair being straight, and going in with their curly hair. And people were writing in saying, "I'd rather you look more professional with your straight hair. You look better with your straight hair." I have two friends who work at the news station now, and we all went to school together, and the same things, but they have taken hold of how they want to look, right? The power. They took that power back, because that's not going to prevent me from being professional. I still do the news correctly. I still do this better than anybody. Okay. That's how, they present themselves. I'm still a professional in this. I'm still the expert at this. I'm still going to get the news. And that's what I think we need to come into, because I see other people, and like white people, who can come in with two braids and be just fine. If I just came in with two braids, I would be looked at crazy, if I was working in that environment at that time. But I see there is changing there. So in these predominantly white spaces, they just got to get with it. Like, it's making you uncomfortable. Why? And then don't ask to touch it. It's making you uncomfortable. Don't ask to touch it. So I hope that the Crown Act, like, that's why I really I am so for it. The Crown Act needs to be pushed in every state to protect our kids, to protect us, to just be okay with being ourselves. It doesn't make us less professional. Okay.
Mhm.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll embrace it as president, Rebecca. Day
Day
one,
So much
executive
hair.
order.
Yes. All
Nice.
hair matters. Okay.
In fact,
By the way-
everyone gets locks. You must have them.
Mandatory.
Mandatory.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some
There
of
are
y'all,
some
I
people
don't
in
know,
the chat.
it might be a couple of tries, but
We'll
There
get
are some
there.
people in
Unless
the
you
chat
don't
that-
look good in them, then please, we don't want you wearing them.
There are some people in the chat that appear to be confused, asking if is it like a real run that Mike is doing, and yes, it's real. Yes, he's really
Absolutely.
running.
I'm always, I'm
Just to be
coming
clear,
up with
yes.
these big ideas. I'm very serious about shit. So yeah, I will be filing the paperwork very soon.
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't know what that paperwork is, but I'm gonna
I'm
Google
gonna
it.
present that as the press secretary. I'll be talking about that, but
There
we're
we
just
go.
keeping it right now. For the person in the chat, as Karen, who is the press secretary now, she told him, "Listen, we're not calling on you. We'll talk to you later. We'll have that conversation later."
Well, and Mike, don't stress out too much about the paperwork deadlines. I'm sure that with your massive base of support, you'll win even with a write-in campaign.
That's true. That's true. I mean, I have a YouTube channel.
You are a podcaster.
So
Yeah.
therefore, I will win.
I mean, come
simple.
on. What else do you
I-
need?
As president, Mike will retroactively put himself on the ballot in Nevada and declare himself winner of the Nevada election that he was not on prior. And there you go.
Yeah, and if
50,
we can't
50 state sweep. 50 state sweep. That's what we're going for. 50
Jeb Bush
states.
meme, baby. If we can't do that, then I will just rig it in Nevada. It's that simple.
And what
There you
party
go.
are we with? Just so we're
Democratic
clear.
Party.
Well,
We're trying to
Democratic
push-
no,
primary,
no.
yeah.
No, People's Party. What are you talking about, Matt?
No, you're not getting it. I'm out. I'm out.
Yeah.
You guys are not on the same page.
Well, it's
No,
going to
but
start Democratic Party, then he'll change to People's Party, then he'll be Green Party, then he'll be Independent. So that's the whole
Yeah,
track.
yeah.
No,
I'm gonna, try a little bit of each party.
these movement campaigns like Mike and I's, our goal is to push Joe Biden straight out of the Democratic Party. He's gone after we're done with him. He's gone.
Hey, Joe Biden, Mr. President, sir, there is a candidate with a YouTube channel that just announced full-blown communism. How do you respond? Well, I have no choice but to exit. I'm dropping out.
Right.
And they have almost 2,000 viewers live right now watching them. So
Right.
it's over.
Right.
It's
The
over.
establishment is
Jover.
they're
I
done.
mean, there's nothing
Look-
like. How can you compete with that? Like, come
Yeah.
on.
We have a very realistic goal, and that is to get around 99% of the Democratic primary vote, and then make Joe Biden rethink his campaign.
Yeah.
Very
Look at
realistic.
this team. Like, come on now. Like, there's
Joe over.
Please.
So Joe over.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to mention my qualifications. Aside from me having a podcast, I have beat every single Soulsborne game, all of them, including
wow.
Lies
There
of
you go.
P. So I've
Damn.
got
First
a
gamer
lot of
president.
skills. Yeah, first
And-
gamer
and I don't-
president.
I don't think you pointed out, Mike. You just said this on Twitter. I think I didn't see it in your little sheet you put up on the screen there.
Mhm.
You're not accepting donations because you're a man of
None.
principle, right?
No.
I can tell you, I have no principle. You can donate to this campaign by sending a check directly to my bank account. You can wire transfer. I'll give you the routing number if needed.
Super chat will also do.
and as the diverse person in the group, I know with Kamala, she was, she's our diverse person now with Joe Biden, and even though I'm press secretary, I know we haven't seen her so much. I haven't seen her, but you guys will see me. I might show up late, but I'll be there.
You'll be
there.
the face of the campaign.
Yes, I'll be there.
He'll be there for a good time, but not a long time.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. See? There you go, David. They know it.
This is why she's the press secretary. Everything she says sticks. It's great.
Mhm.
All right, I'll be the
Are we
person.
gonna keep
to do it, 'cause
delaying
I
or,
can
like,
see, I
what?
can
Yeah,
see
we're
we're
all-
all yeah. Okay.
We're all
Keep them
filibustering.
crying.
Right.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
We're like, listen, okay, now there's
So-
Okay, who's been sleeping? Who's getting good sleeps? Who's
Yeah,
getting rest?
no. All right.
No.
So you probably all know by now that over the weekend, here in the United States, we pretty much woke up to the news. There was an attack in Israel. Hamas basically invaded a number of locations in the south of Israel, along the border with Gaza. Hundreds of people dead in Israel. And in retaliation for this horrendous attack from Hamas in Israel, the Israeli government and its military, the IDF, are now just a horrific campaign of what seems to be indiscriminate bombings in Gaza. I believe the death toll now in Gaza exceeds the number of people Hamas killed in Israel. We're now in the thousands of people dead. Innocent civilians on in Israel and in Gaza, Palestinian people, men, women, children who had nothing to do with this, are now dead. They are really getting the full blowback of basically what Hamas did in Israel, and of course the looking at the whole picture here, because people will keep saying, unprovoked, and that they're acting like the war, this war started with the Hamas attack on Saturday morning. I'm sorry, that's just not the case. You have to look at the big picture here, and the big picture here is that Israel's right-wing government, led by Netanyahu, has created this situation there in the Middle East where over 2 million people, around half of them under the age of 19, kids who weren't even born the last time there was a serious discussion for some sort of resolution for a Palestinian state to be created and recognized. We basically have a situation now where this right-wing government in Israel has fomented the situation that we're now in. And then Hamas, this organization, carries out these horrific attacks on innocent people in Israel. I mean, I said a lot on my stream on Tuesday night about this. And it's just, you can't talk about this. And it's amazing, too, because everything we've seen, Haaretz, that is the third biggest newspaper in Israel, has been putting out opinion piece after opinion piece by Israeli people who are rightly talking about this with the historical context, pointing the blame for this in the big picture on the Israeli government, the Netanyahu government, the far-right government that has ruled Israel now for decades. You have polling coming out saying that 4 out of 5 Israeli citizens are laying blame and pointing responsibility for this at Netanyahu and his regime. And you say these same things here in the U.S., and U.S. politicians, Western media calls you an anti-Semite and other horrific things because you dare to speak out about the factual historical context that this needs to be put into. Condemn the attacks by Hamas, but look at the broader situation here, because it's the same thing that happened. And we've seen U.S. politicians like that representative in Massachusetts put out this statement how no one told the U.S. after 9/11 to cease fire and hold back. And you know what? A lot of people did. Those people had no power. No one listened to them, and I wish they fucking did. Because the U.S. is not a good example to be used as to how we reacted after 9/11. Osama bin Laden was not in Afghanistan. Osama bin Laden was not in Iraq. We didn't even get Osama bin Laden as a result of our illegal wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. We got Osama bin Laden based on intelligence. And even then, we couldn't even, do it right and take him in and have him go through the U.S. justice system, which would have been the ultimate slap in the face to him. We assassinated him. So, I mean, the U.S. government and what we do here should be no beacon on the hill for us to look at. And you know what? There was not 4 to 5 Americans pointing the blame at the Bush administration and the U.S.'s involvement in wars in the Middle East as the fomentation of and radicalization of people. No one pointed at the time Ronald Reagan literally arming what was called the freedom fighters, known as the Taliban, and Osama bin Laden at the time when Ronald Reagan was arming them. So the fact that you have 4 to 5 people in Israel actually pointing blame at Netanyahu is astonishing to me. I'm actually... Hopefully, this situation will not deteriorate even further, even though it doesn't seem like the far right-wing government in Israel is swayed by the public opinion. I'm sorry for talking so long. If any of you
No,
want to
it's
jump
okay.
No,
in,
no,
feel
no.
free.
I wanted to add one other part just about what the situation is like in Gaza for people who don't know. Like he was mentioning, there's 2.2 million people there, apparently half of whom are under the age of 19. 93% of their water is not potable. This was before the conflict, and now there is confirmation that they've had all supplies cut off, including food, medicine, and fuel. Fuel was necessary to be able to produce water, as in boiling it and stuff like that. It was also necessary to power the only power station that was left running that was giving them about 4 hours. And this was like before all of this happened, 4 hours of rolling blackouts. That hospital now, that generator no longer has power, which means the hospitals, they're warning people they will become morgues if nothing is done. If they're the only people who can at this point really affect change would be like the U.S. government to ask for a ceasefire or something to that
Right.
degree. But like the international condemnation is silence. If anything, you are getting roasted online if you try. Like any politician who even slightly tries to put some context into this, it's just like the party demands they apologize. They're anti-Semitic. How dare you? Shame on you! Shit. Like I've never seen it like this. You know?
Yeah.
Like everything Lance just said though in the beginning there about what Israel's very first action was to take in Gaza was to cut off electricity, food supply, fuel, medicine. I mean, that's the point. That's why this is an outrage. That's the very definition of this illegal occupation here, of this the occupation here of this open air prison that 2 million plus Palestinian people are subject to. What other people would we expect to just take the fact that another entity, an entire another country, that they do not have a say in? Those aren't their elected officials. They don't have a vote. They're not citizens of that country. What other people would let that other country have that control over them and be fine with it and be okay with it and just sit and take it? I can't imagine any of these right-wing Americans who are just shitting on every Palestinian and acting like they are synonymous with Hamas and that they are synonymous with the attack in Israel and that they're just, they deserve what they get or whatever. I cannot imagine the reaction from a single one of these people if another country had the power to shut off their light. They'd be talking about taking out their guns and going on a whole attack and freedom. That's what they would do. I mean, we see what the right-wing reaction is to petty theft. Oh, we got to execute those people. Oh, someone's stealing a handbag from Gucci? We should take out our gun and shoot them as they're running away. I mean, that's literally their reaction, and they're saying, oh, we can't, we can't understand why the Palestinian people would possibly not be okay with the situation they're in.
Well, and it is to a degree, it's even more insidious, right? Like, because we know Netanyahu has made no secret about how he and his far right fascist government has funded Hamas for years. They have provided Hamas, including its military wing, with money. And it is...
Mehdi Hassan has a documentary, by the way, if anyone's wondering on that.
It is pretty apparent to me, anyway, that Hamas is effectively a controlled opposition. That Netanyahu deliberately, in a desperate bid to maintain power, has been stoking these exact situations for years now, and his political career has skyrocketed as a result of them. And he's effectively using 2.2 million people, and again, most of whom are children, to further his own ambitions. And we know that he's been on the verge of trying to get this judicial reform passed in Israel that will effectively turn him into a dictator above any kind of check or balance. And it is deeply, deeply concerning that what we're seeing in Israel now in response to these attacks is a consolidation of power. And I'm somewhat heartened, Matt, that like 4 out of 5 Israelis are pointing the finger at him, because I've been very worried about the possibility of Netanyahu like just forming kind of this coalition government, because the coalition he's forming is not with like nominally left part of the government. It's with the conservative part of the government. He is so far right that his unity government is still just conservatives who are all on board with the genocide of the Palestinian people. I think that it's pretty clear from a lot of the statements that are coming out of people who are in power in Israel right now that that is kind of the intention. They've massed over 500,000 troops near the Gaza Strip, and it seems like it's going to be going into a major ground invasion of Gaza, and the humanitarian corridors are all closed. Egypt has said today that they're not opening those corridors for Palestinians. Israel is bombing the only place where they could cross, and every indication, they asked the former prime minister of Israel on television, what about the babies in the incubators? And he essentially said, I don't care about the babies in the incubators. They can die.
He was upset that they even dared to ask him about Palestinian lives, and he called them. The question was specifically about babies and incubators and the power to the hospital, and then his response was to get angry that was asked, and then to call them Nazis.
Yeah.
I think I have the clip if you guys want to watch it.
Yeah, put it up because people need to see how outrageous this is.
I've seen it, but it's disturbing.
I haven't watched this yet.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Yeah.
And what about those Palestinians in hospital who are on life support, and babies in incubators whose life support and incubator will have to be turned off because the Israelis have cut the power to Gaza?
Are you seriously keep on asking me about Palestinian civilians? What's wrong with you? Have you not seen what happened? We're fighting Nazis. We don't target them. Now, the world can come and bring them anything they want. If you want to bring them electricity, I'm not going to feed electricity or water to my enemies. If anyone else wants, that's fine. We're not responsible for them.
This is the point.
But you
this
keep
is the
on.
point.
I want to tell you. No, listen. You listen to me right now. I've heard you enough.
No, I understand. We're trying to have a conversation here. Listen, this is my program. This is my show. And I am asking the questions. You're raising your voice, and I've asked you, and we've already stopped, please, and let me finish. We've already distinguished between Hamas.
I want to tell you, shame on you.
You're trying to speak over.
We are not. Shame on you.
It's nothing about shame. We're trying to have a conversation about a very serious situation here, and you are refusing to address it.
Because he has no fucking answer.
Despicable.
He knows. He fucking knows.
Well,
That is disgusting.
They want
Fucking
to
disgusting.
They want to kill all of them. Like, I don't know how much clearer the genocidal rhetoric needs to be for people to understand that that is the intention here. That's, today Human Rights Watch confirmed that white phosphorus was dropped on Palestinians. White phosphorus, for people who don't know, dropping that is a war crime. It is something that is untargeted and is known to disproportionately kill civilians. They are trying to do that. That is the plan. There was an Israeli member of the Knesset who went and on Twitter and was calling for nuclear weapons to be used in Gaza, tactical nuclear weapons to level the entire Gaza Strip. These people want them to be killed en masse. There's no other way to interpret what is happening here. And it is absolutely, I there's no words. There are none.
Also, all right, absolutely. I mean, the kudos to that BBC. Was that BBC or Sky? What was
Sky
that?
News.
Was that,
Sky News.
kudos to that Sky News reporter for asking that question. And like, listen, like what was something he said. The former Israeli PM said was interesting to me. How he brought up about the people who died on Saturday. Again, horrific thing. Hamas committing this attack on innocent people. I've seen some people very fringe thought that these people were settlers or whatever. Listen, this wasn't a situation where like this happened in the middle of Palestinian people being evicted from their homes. These were people detached from the situation here. They were completely innocent. They don't. Most people have no idea the political realities. The people at that music festival had no idea. They're completely they're innocent parties, no matter. So yes, wrong, distasteful for dancing a couple miles outside of the Gaza border. Sure, blame the people who put this festival together or whatever. People who attended, completely innocent in this. They didn't deserve any of this. They are innocent parties. What Hamas did, completely despicable. With that said, though, the killing in Israel is over. It ended Saturday morning when the Israeli military forced Hamas back into Gaza in hiding. What is happening now, the reason people are talking about Palestinians now, former prime minister or whatever he was of Israel, is because the Palestinian deaths are now ongoing. This hasn't stopped. The attacks are now. The ability to stop the killing is now fully in the hands of Israel. Now, does Hamas still have hostages? Yes. In my opinion, if your true motives right now were to save as many hostages as possible, you would probably be working some sort of hostage swap, not bombing indiscriminately to the point where, hey, you could maybe even be dropping bombs on said hostages. It is very clear, and they've made it quite clear, that the point right now is to cause as much pain and suffering in Gaza as possible in retaliation for the attack. Whether that kills Hamas members seems completely insignificant right now. Just by what you see, by the people walking out holding the bodies of their dead children.
Yeah, damage, not accuracy, is the quote from the Israeli defense minister. They're not concerned about these civilian deaths. They're just causing as much pain as possible. And to me, that in and of itself is horrible. It's like watching a slow motion train wreck, right? And we don't even know now what's happening because they lost internet, so they can't charge their phones or lost power. But the entire Western community is just, they're not just remaining silent. They're literally greenlighting it. In an interview with Keir Starmer, he was asked, do you support them cutting off electricity and water? And he basically said yes.
He said as long as they adhere to international law, and I was like, that is contrary to international law. This is collective punishment by definition. This is a war crime.
Yeah, yeah, it is illegal under international law. Biden has supported Israel unequivocally and just called for a proportionate response. The best that we got was from Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who said there should be a ceasefire, but then he deleted that. So they're just basically giving Israel carte blanche to murder indiscriminately. And then when you see politicians on Fox News, Max Miller, for example, who's trying to get Rashida Tlaib's Palestinian flag banned from Congress because she has one outside of her office, saying that we're going to turn that into a parking lot. When you have Lindsey Graham saying we should level Gaza, when you have Marco Rubio saying that we have to eradicate them, I mean, what we're seeing is a genocide happening before our very eyes. And it's just like, it's so hard to, like, we're joking and laughing at the beginning of the show because it's good to distract ourselves. But like, it's hard to pretend that like everything is okay when there are so many, countless people we won't know for months dying right now, being injured. And like, just even if the bombing stopped, just cutting off electricity is going to kill so many people. For example, if you are on dialysis, you don't have that much time. If you don't dialyze, like my dad was on dialysis, if he missed more than two sessions in a row, he could die. If you needed a surgery, they can't perform that in the dark. If you needed like a life-saving, the damage is incalculable. So it's so destructive, and to just have all these countries, all the world leaders, just gotta stand with them. It's shocking.
So why? And this is for the people in the back like me. Now I've always known and read about a lot of the Israeli-Palestinian wars or problems and issues. This has been known, especially Netanyahu and stuff. But for a lot of people who are just finding out about this, what is the importance or the significance of Hamas? Because there were some things, articles that were saying that they were under the guise of trying to protect Palestinians in different ways. So people who are seeing this are having conflicting views, and so this is for just to educate for anybody who does know, the people who are watching who don't have much information as to that, because it's pretty confusing. But also I want to know why it is that a lot of the leaders here are choosing to either stay silent, say just a few things. Meanwhile, this is an actual war that's happening. We're getting all of this footage on our timelines, on our feeds, people dying, the destruction, bodies being carried around. Like I want to know like why. It's I don't know.
Yeah, so like basically Hamas is essentially like a fundamentalist political party that exists in the Gaza Strip. It came into power in around 2007. And it's just there are other political groups in Palestine, like in the Gaza Strip itself. Like there are many different
Hamas is not in charge in the West Bank, for example. In the
Yeah.
West Bank, the more I think like the more left wing Social Democrat Party, the Fatah, is in power.
Gaza's also
so-
not had an election for a long time,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah,
For
Hamas
like
does not.
years
After
now.
Hamas won in the 2006 election, there hasn't been a vote since.
Yeah,
Hamas basically is run.
Oh,
since.
and real important point about that. A lot of people, I saw some comments on Twitter saying, "Oh, well, they shouldn't have voted for Hamas if they didn't, want to see all of this carnage." 50% of the population were children when Hamas was elected. There hasn't been another election, so this is not who they put in power. Like you can't place that blame on children. So I'm sorry.
There was also a far more secular party at the time that apparently, according to the Mediasan documentary, you can also see it on The Intercept, they were intentionally, Hamas was at that point, and this I didn't know it until I watched it. That's where you can say there's a correlation between the creation of your own enemy, in the similar way that you've seen the same thing happen with the United States and say ISIS or Al Qaeda, and how a lot of these can develop in a vacuum, and sometimes it's almost like, or Saddam Hussein is another good example, because Saddam Hussein, horrifying person, but Saddam Hussein also trained and met Donald Rumsfeld. At one point, he was an ally of the United States, and then later on, he becomes an enemy of the United States. So that secular wing and movement within Palestine got suppressed and quashed as then Hamas came to more power. And obviously, they're using tactics that are condemnable by any measure. No one here is supporting Hamas or suicide bombing or any of the tactics that they're using. But the historical context is so important to understand that they can be a very useful enemy for justifying open air prisons, because you have to understand that, again, before this all happened in Gaza, things were already fucked, and now they're just infinitely worse as a result. It wasn't as if things were like good now and now they're deplorable. It was like things were on the edge, teetering, and now they're just beyond, right?
Yeah. There are, we mentioned Fatah, Hamas, and then there's also other political groups like the Palestinian National Initiative, which is run by Mustafa Barghouti, and they are explicitly a peaceful organization dedicated to kind of restoring the 1967 borders of Palestine, and dedicated to nonviolent resistance. And part of what happens here is that there's this vicious cycle of violence where Hamas will, engage in an action to resist the Israeli occupation. The Israeli occupation retaliates to a huge degree, which creates more support for Hamas. And it's a vicious cycle that has been continuing for a long time now. And I'm worried that the cycle is going to be broken now.
Rebecca, to
a
your other question, why exactly do Christian right wingers have such a strange hypocrisy? On one end, they can act completely anti-Semitic most of the time, but they also have such a stalwart support for Israel. Well, that's because they believe it's a religious prophecy to bring in the second coming of Jesus, and the chosen people have to be located there at the time. It's also deeply horrifying and troubling.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's
own
making
reasons.
sense to me, because it's very confusing to watch when you're okay, do they not see what's going on? Are we not seeing the same thing? Or like how are we supposed to our world leaders who usually go in and help and or have more than thoughts and prayers in this case, they're practically silent.
Yeah.
And that was
Or
confusing to
they're
me.
fully supporting Israel. I mean,
No, oh yeah, or they're coming
in
out in full
Canada and
support
actually on the White
of
House tonight, they
Israel.
projected the Israel's flag. Like they're
Mhm.
fully on board. So we're talking like if you as someone who consider yourself to be on more on the left or more social democrat, if you are on the same side on a human rights issue as Donald Trump and Josh Hawley and these fucking psychopaths, it's time to question why. And in terms of like Israel is a strategic partner. It is ultimately the reason why you have the UK, Canada, and the US backing Israel here. It's they clearly know Israel's committing war crimes. They have to. It's obvious, but they are in their minds. It's beneficial to them politically to keep alliances with Israel as a way to keep sort of their hold on the rest of the Middle East.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
also another really important component to this, at least in the United States, is money. So there's a lot of foreign governments who spend millions of dollars lobbying the government. It's not just Israel. And I think it's important to say that because there's this anti-Semitic stereotype that Jewish people are buying off this and that. They own the media. No, there's a lot of foreign governments who spend money lobbying. China's number one. There's also Saudi Arabia, Russia, all spend
Also,
more than
wasps
Israel.
own the media. Wasps run the media.
It
And the Irish.
literally, yeah. And so the reason why you see such a one-sided approach, like for example, the reason why, and I made this point in my video today, the reason why we're giving Saudi Arabia weapons, for example, when we know they're going to use them against children in Yemen, is because Saudi Arabia lobbies,
Mhm.
and Yemen doesn't have the lobbying power like that, right? And the same is true in this situation. The Israel lobby is massive, right? Palestinians don't have a lobby like that.
Yep.
And it's not just that, hey, I defend Israel because they donated to my campaign. There's also an indirect effect to that, to where if you speak up and you say, I support Palestinians, I support a one state solution potentially, or Palestinian statehood, then they can still lobby against you. We saw this in 2021 with Nina Turner, where she had a 35-point lead, and then DMFI, Democratic Majority for Israel, a Democratic supporting Israel interest group, came in and they bankrolled Chantel Brown, and she won. So there's this incentive to keep quiet. So that's why I think that politicians like Rashida Tlaib and Cori Bush, who actually speak out, and AOC, although a bit to a lesser extent, those who speak out are much less common because it could end your career literally. And that's something that is really important because money in politics, it has a lot of influence over what politicians support, if not, the main factor. And so that's why you see so many people like Richie Torres, for example, going after Rashida Tlaib, going after Democrats, accusing them of being anti-Semitic,
Cori Bush,
disingenuously
too.
so. Cori Bush, yeah. If you look at his donors, can you guess who number one is? It's AIPAC. So that's a really important component as well.
Mhm.
Like these interest groups are buying complicity. And to be clear, they're not lobbying on behalf of the Jewish people. They are lobbying on behalf of the far-right government in Israel. You've got to make those distinctions because anti-Semitism is going to be on the rise. And also Islamophobia is going to be on the rise as well. I think that's really important that we keep that in mind. And one
it
thing
feels
that
like
I've seen,
post
there was
9/11
already
again.
I
an
was just
attack.
going to say that, yeah.
There was already an attack in Brooklyn, either last night or today. It's being reported. 3 men waving an Israeli flag attacked 3 dark-skinned men in what police believe was an anti-Palestinian hate crime.
Jesus.
Yeah. There's been rocks thrown at mosques as well. One thing to keep in mind though is that the thirst for like blood against Arabs has not diminished since 9/11. Like if you were alive during the post 9/11 days, the Islamophobia was, I mean, it's shocking. Like I don't
Yeah.
think people could believe how bad it was. I'm seeing that again. I know you all are probably seeing that too. Like where you have people openly on camera. We all saw that viral video saying we need to wipe Gaza off the face of the planet. There's signs saying kill them all. There was a guy with the picture on his phone saying, hey, here's Gaza in 2022. Here's what it should look like in 2023. And it's a picture of a parking lot. Like
Yeah.
they are literally saying kill every single one of them. I don't care if it's Hamas. That distinction is not important at all. And that is really something that you have to look out for, right? Because even in media, like Jake Tapper was talking about how, well, it seems like the left, they've really shown their cards as anti-Semitic when they talk about dehumanizing language when it comes to Hamas. But that right there is a trick. They're trying to conflate Hamas with all Palestinians when that is not the same thing. And it's
Yeah.
a propaganda trick that you have to be on the lookout for, because that's how they are using that as a justification, right? To demonize all Palestinians. So you think, oh, okay, well, Hamas just attacked people, therefore I guess killing them is fine. When we're not talking about Hamas. These children, mostly children in Palestine, have nothing to do with that. They weren't alive when Hamas came to power in Gaza. So you cannot place blame on them in the same way that you wouldn't want to be blamed for George Bush going to war in Iraq. I wasn't old enough to vote back then. I don't want to be blamed for that. You cannot blame the citizens for what their leaders do. It's just they don't have control over that.
And I think Mike makes a really good point about Islamophobia, which we need to take into account, because we have countries like France. I don't know if any of you guys saw this, but France has literally outlawed protesting in favor of Palestinians.
The Palestinian flag specifically.
Yeah,
and you know what's wild is Dave Rubin is celebrating that. Dave Rubin, who at the same time
free speech guy,
the free speech guy, going off about free speech, but apparently not. It's got limits.
Well,
he's always been a clown, so it's not surprising at all.
Dave Rubin has also always been in favor of killing Palestinians, even back when he was at TYT.
True.
There's a famous clip of him defending Israel bombing schools. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And it's not like the world in general is unaware of what is going on with the Israeli occupation of Palestine. Israel is the most, I guess, condemned nation on earth by the UN. You can combine all of the world's nations and how many times they have been condemned by the General Assembly of the UN, and Israel still has double that. People are aware. It's just that the United States is such a global hegemon that it just doesn't matter, because Israel has U.S. backing, and one of the only ways, if you're in America and you're feeling powerless, as roundabout as it seems, one of the best ways to maybe do anything that could impact the situation in Israel is to try and exert pressure domestically,
right?
Because U.S. politicians are the one defending Israel right now.
You can that's one of the saddest things about what's happening right now is just how frightened any politician is. We have one politician in Canada, Sarah Jama, who actually spoke out and actually had a statement that was not in any way celebrating, any of the horrors or atrocities that Hamas had committed, simply saying that the occupation has to end. And she was called out by the rest of the NDP, and she's now retracted everything and issued an apology. That was the one politician in Canada who actually had a decent statement. And you can see all the politicians in the United States, even the ones that are progressive and SOC Dems or more left leaning, they're incredibly measured in their responses, because everyone is terrified. Mark Lamont Hill, I think, is one of the people who's been fired as a reporter for speaking out against this. So is Katie Helper, people who
Wait
have specifically.
This is recent, because Mark just spoke out about this.
Yeah, but Mark's been hired by a new company. I think he works for Al Jazeera now.
He works for the Griot, but
okay. But yeah, he put out a really good video on this, by the way. If you haven't all seen it, go check out Mark Lamont Hill's Twitter. He explains the whole situation really well.
Okay, so he was talking about being fired previously when
before,
he
yes.
Okay, that's why his okay, so that makes sense also. So why his video was very passionate about the issue at hand, and I'm grateful to see how the Griot allowed him to have the conversation immediately when the incident happened, broke it, and then came back and had that conversation as to why it's important, and and broke it down. Like I said, for the people in the back, I'm one of the people in the back. What's going on? How is it affecting us? What does this look like? How is this in layman's terms? What are we choosing a side? Should we be choosing a side? Why isn't our representatives really speaking on this? And so that's a lot of the questions that I really wanted answered in these spaces, because I see a lot of debates, but I'm I just see a lot of carnage, and I'm are we not seeing the same thing? Are we not seeing the pain? Are we not why are we it wasn't registering to me? But
it's what I'm finding to be the the most frustrating thing for me as someone who like commentates on this and covers this is just that it's the willful ignorance, and no, I shouldn't say ignorance, that they know, but it's just the clear ones, like from every politician. We're talking again, the NDP is like, people argue how left they are really, but they are like, the left of the major parties in Canada. And you have one member of the Ontario NDP. I'm not even sure if the national NDP has said anything, but like the Ontario NDP, an MPP, come out and say, actually, I have a statement here, but it's so completely innocuous, and like this is like it's calling for a ceasefire. It's quoting the UN. Like it's it's just basic information. It's actually very similar to what Bernie Sanders put out, which is condemning the violence by Hamas, but also discussing the occupation and the blockade. Like it's a very basic statement, and this is what she's being asked to retract. And we're talking about, again, like this is like
she's apologized as well. She's had to publicly apologize.
Oh my goodness,
that's incredible.
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
Well, and the other part about a lot of this, right, and I think we've all seen this, is the sheer amount of both misinformation and also propaganda, right? Like Israel is running state-sponsored ads on YouTube, even on like children's channels, like advertisements on videos intended for children, justifying kind of this wave of violence in Gaza. And just one of the things that I saw that I just really, I fell into a rabbit hole around it last night. There's been like this kind of like almost like a feel-good story that has been reported by a number of different outlets about this 95-year-old IDF reservist who's been called into active duty to boost like soldier morale, right? And his name's Ezra Yachin. And I was like, oh, that seems odd. Like all these stories coming out, I'm gonna Google this guy's name. And so I Googled it, and I found out that he's done a lot of interviews in the past, and he's referred to in those interviews as a Lahi veteran. And I was like, what is this? Because I got even more interested when I saw that like his statements, when he's like 93, are talking about how actually, I'll just directly quote it here. Any nation who wants to win a war kills innocents indiscriminately. Our advantage is that there are no innocents. So this is the guy going around giving like morale boosts, and this is the guy being written up positively as like the guy who's going to boost morale. But I was like, what is Lahi? And I look it up, and it turns out Lahi is a paramilitary organization that was formed in the 1940s in the Middle East, and essentially with the goal of establishing a Jewish state. And they explicitly referred to themselves as a terrorist organization and claimed responsibility for terrorist attacks. They massacred villages of people. And they also attempted to ally themselves with Nazi Germany and Mussolini. Like, this is a group of people who chose to ally themselves with the Nazis so that they could fight the British to form a Jewish state. And like then after in 1942, they tried to ally themselves with Joseph Stalin. Like just a horrible organization that is responsible for murdering hundreds, if not thousands, of civilians. And they carried out assassinations in the area as well. And like, you might say, oh, well, that's terrible. Like, obviously, these people were condemned. And it turns out, no. Though they didn't do very well in elections, and the group was eventually labeled as a terrorist organization by Israel itself, they were granted amnesty. And in 1980, Israel created an award, a medal, to kind of valorize these people. And the former leader of Lahi, Yitzhak Shamir, became prime minister of Israel in 1983. Like, this, one thing people need to know, A, is that the propaganda is so strong that it will spin actual war criminals who have carried out massacres of civilians as feel-good stories. And the other thing is that this has been going on for a very long time, and these people have ingrained in them, and this is not all Israeli citizens, obviously, but there is a certain thinking that is ingrained deeply, that has been active for, almost 100 years now, that this is how one should treat Palestinians. And it's deeply, deeply ingrained, and hard to break.
That's horrifying. And like the Likud party is explicitly fascist. Like I think people really need to know that. Like this is a far right fascist party, and the goal of Netanyahu is to demonize all Muslims. And he is so hell-bent on demonizing Muslims, he even did apologia for Hitler, literally.
Yep.
So there's a video of him saying that actually Hitler did not want to exterminate the Jews. It was the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem who convinced him to exterminate the Jews because he didn't want the Jews in it coming to Jerusalem. So that's why Hitler decided to do it. And historians are like, wait a second, what the fuck are you talking about? Like just making things up, because even though you're kind of like doing apologia for Hitler, as long as Muslims look the worst, then that's his goal. Like he's a sick person.
That's with that point about how right wing Netanyahu is, and then earlier David Dole brought up the Trump and how people taking a position that's the same as Trump. I think let's break it down even easier for all the American liberals out there who are cheering this sort of action from Israel in Gaza on. Netanyahu is the Israeli Donald Trump. You guys, the American, he's even further right wing than Trump, I'd argue.
Yeah,
easily.
Much more
you guys,
like smart and able.
You U.S. American liberals blamed everything that happened in this country or to this country during Donald Trump's 4 years on Donald Trump. Rightly in many cases, and even sometimes I was like, he didn't have anything to do with this, but here liberals still are blaming Donald Trump because he's the president of the United States. Yet you call anyone who treats Netanyahu the same as Trump a fucking anti-Semite. Netanyahu is responsible because of what his right-wing government has fomented by everything from propping up Hamas to how they've continually treated the Palestinian people to what they've done to the Israeli citizens whom have become. You guys make fun of the QAnon believers in America, right? They've been brainwashed. That's what Netanyahu and the right-wing government in Israel has done to countless Israeli citizens, to the point where a couple years ago, there was a photo going around of Israelis setting up lawn chairs at the top of a hill with popcorn to watch Palestinian families get evicted from their homes by settlers, cheering it on. So please, if you can't fucking see what's going on here, I get it. International politics is hard if you're an American liberal. But if you can't fucking extend the same thought process to what's going on over there, then you're hopeless. I don't know what this. History will not be on your side.
And to bolster your point, Netanyahu is going through a criminal trial. Like he's also a criminal in his own country. Like, and he also worked recently, this past a few months ago, to basically take more power by limiting the power of the judicial system. So and there was all these protests. Huge protests within Israel against Netanyahu. And as you mentioned earlier, it sounds like a lot of them are blaming him for what's going on here. So it really feels like I'm reading a lot of great objective reporting from Israel about Netanyahu. Meanwhile, you have the UK, Canada, and the US propping up Netanyahu like he's a god figure. It's absolutely completely ridiculous.
And this is all over basically like a religious battle because the people are not. I don't. Because
it's more of a power. I'd say it's more of a power battle than anything
but they're
else.
gonna under the guise of that. But it's like I'm just seeing it, and I'm hearing it, and I'm just like, why do innocent people have to die? because they aren't like you or whatever the case may be, that you're just ripping their lives apart. One day, they're just, I was watching a couple of videos, which I try not to because it's traumatic. It's super traumatic. And, it's all over the place against our will. So we're seeing it. So, and some of the people are just like, my home is gone, but, God's will. And I'm like, dang, like, like, how are you? All your home is gone, but your cat lived. And that's enough for you to just say, it's just God's will. It is what it is. For a lot of the Palestinian people, they're just really out there like, okay, this is happening to us. But we're not going to let it happen to us. We're still going to be who we are in the midst of all the people are dying. And one woman had her camera, her cell phone, and she was trying to take some footage, and in the middle of her just like turning it on, explosions are just happening. Kids are in the house, people are just trying to find solace in their living space, but the explosion was so like heavy, it's just going through the home. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. And this is like a power grab. Like it's ridiculous because people aren't like you guys. So now it's like, what is the worst that these people have done that they deserve this? It's nothing.
Yeah. No,
this is total. The power dynamics here is the totality of it. Like that is the thing. Like you cannot talk about this. I mean, in fact, it's probably a failure on our part for not bringing this up at the very beginning, the very first thing. The power dynamics are simple. In Gaza, what you have is 2 million people who have no functioning government. The West does not even view their country as existing. They are among the poorest people in the entire world. They have no military even. So, we talk about, it's not right that, war, there's rules to war. Well, the Palestinians don't fucking have a military to play by those rules of war.
Yeah, that's actually that's actually just a really good point, because Hamas has a military wing, but that is not the military wing of the Palestinian people. It's
just a group.
That's
just a militant group, terrorist group, if you want to call them that. Even
that's Hamas's army.
And then on the other side of this, if you even want to call it sides, I hate to even bring the word sides up here, but you have the Israeli government, the biggest superpower in the Middle East, backed by the world's biggest superpowers, the entire West, from the United States to the UK to the entire EU,
Canada,
you name it. Canada. You have the government who's actually the ones creating this border, keeping these 2 million plus people in this tiny strip of land. And they are also the ones who are continuing to, little by little, take away more and more of that land for settlers.
Yeah.
They have the end on top of that, as we've mentioned multiple times, they control that other group, the Palestinians, food resources, water supply, electricity, medication. Nothing goes into Gaza, nothing comes out of Gaza without that rubber stamp from Israel.
They also control the water outside, like the shores. That they control that you can only go out so far as a Palestinian in your own waters, because Israel controls that, and there's no airports, of course. Like there's no Egypt's the only border, and Egypt's the one border, and it's often closed randomly. It's being bombed right now.
Right.
Like there's no escape for these.
Even within the fence, like there's a big barbed wire fence. If you get too close, you'll get shot at. Like watch the Gaza Fights for Freedom documentary. It's free on Means TV right now. It was produced by Abby Martin. It explains that, like, you get too close to that fence, if you're a kid, they're gonna shoot at you.
Right.
It's not even asymmetrical warfare. It's an occupation.
Right,
exactly.
Right. One group on that, going off that, one group has all the power to end this. If the Israeli government decides it wants to end all the fighting, the decades of this, they're the ones with all the power to make that happen. Recognize a state of Palestine, give them land to actually create a Palestinian country that is recognized by the West, because I guess that's what it's going to take for the US and the UK and the rest of the West to actually recognize Palestine. They have all the power. If the Palestinian people choose tomorrow that they'll accept whatever terms, doesn't matter. They have no power to create those terms.
Mm-hmm.
It is completely on the Israeli government.
Yeah.
And I see some people mentioning how angry or loud I'm getting.
That's
Listen,
okay.
there's no other issue to me. Like, there's a whole term that's progressive accept Palestine. Like, that's how insane that is. That there is actually terminology used because it is so accepted in the U.S. that, oh, you could be for you could be to the left on economics, on domestic social issues, even on other foreign policy issues, but you stand steadfast with Israel on anything and everything. And to me, there is no more clear-eyed position on this issue. Like, as Michael Brooks said, it's not complicated.
Yep.
And I think clear-eyed is what I'm gonna go, because it is crystal clear to me as possible what's going on here. And the fact that there is a huge subsection of our society that literally it will end your career if you work in certain industries or work among certain people, is insanity to me. It's insanity to me. And, you know, I've mentioned before, I'm not a religious Jew. I'm an ethnic Jew. I have Ashkenazi Jewish background. My father is Jewish. His family is Jewish. To me, the idea that anyone would connect the fact, like, I have no connection to Israel. My father does not have any connection to Israel. The idea that there would be the equivalence of the Jewish people and the Israeli government, because I want to take that a step further even.
Mm-hmm.
Not even just equating Jewish people with people from Israel. Jewish people with the Israeli government is insanity. It is insanity.
And that in itself is anti-Semitic to equate the two.
Absolutely. Yeah, well said. One last thing that I do want to say is I started reading a really great book about the entire history of this dispute. It's called The 100 Years War on Palestine by Rashid Khalidi. It's Khalidi. Really highly recommend it because he's very thorough. He's a Palestinian scholar. His uncle was actually the individual who had an exchange with the creator of Zionism. Really fascinating stuff, like really comprehensive history. Just wanted to put that out there in case people are unfamiliar with the details and the history. Very, very informative.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, one other quick thing. Stop telling every single Muslim person to condemn Hamas before they're allowed to talk about
my
this. And
God.
stop telling every person as a Jew, what do you think about this? Like, I'm seeing both of that happening so
Yeah.
much online. Like, what the fuck? Yeah.
That's why I think, for, Matt, you have to clarify that, but you can be passionate about this because, the human aspect of it and everything else. And historically, so you can be passionate about this. You can be angry about this, and that's all right. This is literally a war that's happening. And if people aren't angry about what's going on to people, that people are being murdered like this, slaughtered like this, this is genocide that's happening. If people can't say that or have that conversation, that's that. People can't come at you and tell you how to feel. This is an actual issue that's happening, and I think it's okay to have a feeling about it. So
Yeah, it's I think the thing on top of it is, like, any other situation, the vast majority of smart or empathetic people would clearly recognize what's going on. This is the one. There's nothing else, like, there's nothing analogous to this.
Makes you feel like you're going crazy.
It breaks people's brain. It's amazing.
Of our society does not view the Palestinian people as human. They just
Literally,
don't.
yeah.
They just don't, and that's even further, I would say, than their view on brown-skinned or Arabs, Muslims. I think it's even, I even think as bad as it is, it's even a step further, because you're hearing calls that you usually hear from idiots and fringe members of the right. You're hearing those same calls against the Palestinian people from politicians and from our government. And from full organization, the fucking NBA teams are coming out and declaring that they must support Israel. What other when they don't even come out and talk about children being mass shot up at schools here in the U.S. But they feel like they have to come out and stand with Israel.
Yeah, I'm seeing
Israel
it
has more
in hockey too.
power.
And again, absolutely empathize with anyone in Israel who lost family members, friends, any victims. They're completely innocent parties here. Completely innocent parties here. I don't care what anyone says. If you're attending a music festival or whatever, you're not. I mean, if we extend this to anyone who's a settler anywhere, we'll just wipe out half the planet, right? If it's okay to kill someone for being a colonizer, might as well just wipe out half the planet. I'm not talking about the people who are doing the colonizing. These are innocent parties who have no understanding of the political dynamics. Probably their families in many cases who are the ones there, and they're a generation after or something. Although, obviously there are much newer settlements where that's not always the case, specifically in Israel. But that, never mind that. It's like it's so baffling to me that you can't talk about this in a way you can talk about anything else. Anything else. It really kills me. It kills me.
Also, I mean, the reason why I find the I Stand With Israel things offensive is because to me it comes off as standing with the Israeli government as they are bombing innocent civilians. It doesn't come off to me as, I stand with civilians in Israel who were killed. And obviously we all are against any civilian death. But saying I stand with Israel is taking a side and saying, hey, I stand with the Israeli government in what they are doing in response and the ongoing occupation, the ongoing blockade. That's how it comes. That's why I think that gets people riled up or bothered, because that's how it comes off.
But even with that said, and I completely agree with you, but like, what other no one there's no U.S. organizations or sports teams or anything that are expected to put out statements when there are suicide bombings or mass murders or anything like that in any other place in the entire world. You don't see that.
I think it's because this specifically, by people who are not well informed, and even some of them who are and are just lying to themselves, is that this is viewed as being anti-Semitic, like this is viewed as a greater attack on Jewish people, which is why I feel like there is this desire or this need that's felt to come out and say something about it, as opposed to other random acts of violence that where things aren't said. So because people are equating, Jewish people with Israel, I think that's why there's that greater response.
No, that's exactly why. Because for, again, like I said, a lot of people. Now, I have a little bit more knowledge on this. I've been covering Palestine and Israel for a while, like especially when I worked years ago in news stations, but on a general level, just as it happens, what's going on. But the deeper you get into and the understanding of it, a lot of people do talk about, Jewish people and not wanting to be anti-Semitic, like nobody. So anything that happens like that, they're going to go and be like, instantly somebody who's not going to gather more information is going to just say Israel, like, I stand with Israel.
Yeah. And they think any criticism of the Israeli government is a criticism of Jewish people, which again in itself is anti-Semitic.
Like they think that too. And even people in the, like you said, the NBA, anywhere you speak against Israel or anything that's anti-Semitic, that's it. And
the Harvard students are being doxxed currently for signing that letter.
Yep.
I don't know if you all saw that.
I pointed out that those groups that stand against anti-Semitism, and the ones that usually have that in their name, are usually right-wing funded groups. Like this one, Accuracy in Media, is a right-wing group.
Right.
They always come out and they publicly shame college students who stand who support Palestine vocally, or criticize Israel vocally, or support BDS. But you never see them roll out the fucking public shaming vehicle for white supremacists, neo-Nazis, any other group that is directly, completely based on the beliefs of believing Jewish people are subhuman, and are completely 100% based their anti-Semitism on the fact that they view Jewish people as subhuman. They never do that. Never, ever, ever. And I should also say that the public shaming of these students is completely based on who they believe is behind the letter. Because no student put their name on the letter. It was by the group as a whole. So the students who they're publicly shaming out there, trying to, who knows what they're trying to foment against these people, these students. Some of them are not even be behind this thing.
Yeah. It is a hysteria built on kind of these foundations, like we've talked about, of like this evangelical fundamentalism, the money in politics, all of it kind of comes together to form this wave of hysterical hatred and like kind of the we gotta circle the wagons, we gotta circle the wagons, but you gotta look at what you're circling the wagons around. And like when you look at Israel, like how many people would defend like the US military coming in and just taking your house, kicking you out on the street? No one in the United States would stand for that.
Americans would endorse terrorism. What they're calling terrorism in general for anything that Palestinian people do. Not talking about Hamas attacking innocent civilians. I'm talking about if Americans stood up against the U.S. military, which Palestinian people have done against the IDF, they'd be calling themselves freedom fighters, true patriots. If they were to attack military taking their homes.
Yeah, and like what happens with for those of you who people who might be watching who don't know, like what is meant by like a settler is basically an Israeli who crosses into officially recognized Palestinian territory and just takes a house. They can walk into a house and just be like, this is mine now. Or the house just gets bulldozed, sometimes with people still inside of it. And if you want to like get upset about that, well, the IDF backs the settlers' ability to just take your house. You have a well that functions in the Gaza Strip. Well, settlers find that inconvenient, so they go to your well with a cement truck and they fill it in with cement. So you don't have any more water, and if you want to make a stink about that, well, the IDF is there to make sure you don't get too unruly. Like this has been like a slow rolling ethnic cleansing for a very long time, and I just have to say what I said at the beginning of this. I'm very, very afraid for the Palestinian people because ethnic cleansing has already been normalized, and the genocide of the Palestinian people seems like it's gaining more momentum.
Yeah, I just wanted to showcase what Riverboat Jack was talking about here, because this is not hyperbole. People literally just come and take their homes, homes that they lived in sometimes for generations. So this video went viral a couple of years ago, but I just want to play this for you.
You are stealing my house.
Oh wait, you can't hear it. Give me 1 second.
No, we can hear it. I can hear it.
Oh, you can hear it? Okay.
I heard it too.
Oh, good. Okay, let me reshare that real quick. Sorry. Okay.
You are stealing my house.
And if I don't steal it, someone else is gonna steal it.
No one is allowed to steal it, يا عمي. Jacob, you know this is not your house.
Yes, but if I go, you don't go back. So what's the problem? Why are you yelling at me? I didn't do this.
But
It's easy to yell at me, but I didn't do this.
You are stealing my house. You are stealing my house.
And if I don't steal it, someone else.
Yeah, so Americans
is
would never put up with that.
Terrible. Well, you could tell he ain't even from there. That is terrible. He just came in and was like, this it's law that's gonna let me do this anyway. So like that is terrible. And he's like,
If I
well,
don't
still,
take it,
yeah, if I don't take
somebody-
it, it's gonna be here. So he wants to be a part of Like that is terrible to see. And I know that you said that was years ago, so I can't imagine like what's been happening over the years. It's
I've
as,
also read a lot of that is committed by like Americans that
yeah,
come in
I can
to
tell that
Israel,
man
Yeah.
looks like he's
and
from.
they're the
He sounds
ones
like
that
he's
take
from New
over.
York.
Yep, he's from
Like
Yeah.
he
Brooklyn.
was out in.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, just put yourself in their shoes for a second. If somebody came into your home and said, "This is mine now. Get the fuck out." And often, and like sometimes most times the military is doing this. So you're evicted at gunpoint. Americans wouldn't stand for that, but for some reason they can't extend, you know, that to what the Palestinians are feeling, who are losing their homes, being forcibly displaced at gunpoint.
Because there's
And you know what? That was a shareable clip because there was no violence like
Yeah.
often happens with these evictions.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Or in death. Like
Mhm.
what's really interesting is like the people who keep saying like, oh, the Palestinians have sure set back their cause with these Hamas actions, which like again conflating
Yeah, as if they
Palestinians
did
with
that.
Hamas. But set back what? There's been no fucking movement for decades. Like just think about it. How many years has gone by since we've heard about the broader public? Obviously, there are people who cover what happens there all the time, but the broader American public has not heard of anything going on in Israel and Palestine in years, because of course there's been no attacks on Israel, but there's no coverage of the continuing broadening and extension of the settlers. For years, young Palestinians have only known a time where their mom, grandma, whole family gets kicked out of their home. No movement anywhere in terms of any sort of negotiation with anything. I think the last time there was a negotiation on creating an actual Palestinian state was something like in 2007 or something like that. What's ruined here? There's been nothing for there is no hope. There is no hope, and the entire world stands by and endorses this.
Yeah, just with Trump's administration, he moved the capital from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. I mean, they're losing ground. They have like there's nothing left to lose. So it's like, oh, this is just gonna turn, the sentiment again. There was no sentiment for them at all. There was nothing. It's just, it's so sad because it just feels hopeless.
It does. And I think that, again, America's, allies with Israel, I guess. And so they do not want to go for, in this case, it's strange to see because, like, with Ukraine and Russia, it was different, I guess. And now we're looking at this, and America just literally says, all I've seen is just like, hey, we stand with Israel. And I'm like, huh? Are they not? Like, are we not? We stand with everyone. We don't want anybody. This is what I want to be clear. I don't want nobody dying. Like seeing people just be in the midst of this is the craziest thing to me. People are dying all over, okay? In Israel, Palestine, they're dying because of this. And I'm like, are we not seeing like there are people that are just in the way of this and they're dying? People just living their lives on a Friday, on a Thursday, not knowing what was going to happen. And here we are at war, and they're saying like, we stand with Israel. And I'm like, dang, like, what about the Palestinian people? What about those people? And then they're bringing up, if I was somebody who wasn't looking for information, and not that like I had to choose a side or anything, but with the information you have, it's just like, hey, we don't want none of this. This war shouldn't be happening at all. People should be able to live their lives individually. They're already struggling, and here you guys go wanting to wipe them out. Let's like, what is the real thing here? Like you said, it's genocide. This is these people wanting to rule and be empowered and want them gone, and to blame it on Hamas or whatever. What we're now understanding what that is. And for people to just come out, like, if nobody knows anything and they just get that information, they're going to be like, okay, the Palestinians must go. They've been like, they're the terrorist groups. They would think that. Seriously, this is what people would think. And that's what America, honestly, with their silence, is saying it is. And I think that's very problematic.
Yeah. And it's just, there's nowhere for those people to go. There's nowhere they can go to be safe. And so, like, that's where you're seeing, like, video of, like, people just having minimal reaction to bombs dropping around them, because where are they going to go? They can't leave. They can't even get in a boat and like try and row to somewhere else, because they'll get blown out of the water by warships. Like there's nothing. There's nowhere for them to go.
It was a
There was an
viral
interview.
video of a body being just passed around. I think the first day
Yeah.
of a body just being passed around. And I said, come on, guys. Like, this ain't it. Just being paraded around.
There was an interview with it was Wolf Blitzer on CNN, and he was talking to I believe it was a doctor in Gaza, and you see that you hear the bombs going off, and he's like, "Do you have to get to a bomb shelter? Like, are you gonna be?" She's like, "There's no bomb shelters here. Like, this is not, this. They don't have the infrastructure to have bomb shelters for civilians in Gaza."
They literally were there because they were pushed out, and now you go there and now you want to wipe them out. Like, this is crazy. They have nowhere to go.
And I mean,
what
like,
did they do wrong but be? They just are who they are, and it's not enough.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
All right, we should get to super chats.
Yeah.
There's
I need to let you
there's
know.
no easy way to transition.
My super chats were not. I just got, while we were on the show, YouTube said that I didn't meet guidelines or something. They said that I know.
Bullshit.
I met everything too.
Rebecca, send me the email. I'll see if I can help, because I've
Okay.
dealt with that, trying to monetize channels before a few times.
Okay, thanks. Because I don't know what I did, and it could be the show that I have, like it or not, that I did on Saturday. Maybe something on that, but it ain't like it's not.
No,
I don't.
You should be
do
fine.
any
I
crazy content.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, maybe if your channel only has Leftist Mafia live stream on it, they might view it as, oh, it's not. It's like reused content
They
or something.
said
because
that.
It's on
They
these
said
other
I'm
channels. They
reusing
said that?
content.
Interesting.
And whatever. But I'll send it to y'all to let me know.
You're in the videos. This is your like, that's what doesn't make any sense for usable content.
Yeah, it's your content. You can use it as you like.
Yeah,
you own it
but
as
like,
well.
But like, I've dealt with this too. Not with they've actually demonetized me before for reusable content, and it was when I was doing a debate with another channel, and I uploaded the debate stream on my own channel. They demonetized me for uploading reusable content. But the point of that is so you don't just take another channel's work and put it on your channel for views so you get monetized. You are in this work. This is your work. This is your creation as well.
I don't know. They told me no, but we'll figure it out. And to everybody who's been pushing, we'll try to fight it. But everybody who's been pushing, and who's been helping get the page monetized, I finally got there, did what I need to do, and here we are. But it's all good. As long as you guys are watching, you guys are here with me. We're all good. So that's, love you, mean it, and we can have these conversations together. We still gonna be pushing them out, so we still gonna be pushing these videos out. That's it.
And you can always donate to Rebecca on Cash App, Becca's Voice, if you want to send her a super chat.
Yep. Because I want to read them too,
Yeah, it's so frustrating. YouTube is.
I hate them, but it's all good. It's all good. I like the work that we're doing here. I think that's very important, and to have these conversations. And I think this specifically, this conversation was very educational, and helping people understand, because a lot of people just see it surface level, and again, very general. They don't have really a viewpoint of the conversations. They're just going to go with what America's giving them. And so I'm grateful that you guys were able to have this conversation and flesh it out. I know there's so much more that we can talk about as it's ongoing and stuff, but yeah, it's sad.
Riverboat, why don't you plug your socials one more time?
Yeah.
All right.
Find you.
Yeah, people can find me over on twitter.com/riverboatjack or youtube.com/riverboatjack or twitch.tv/riverboatjack. And I also have, if you just don't care what stream you're watching, you can find it over on riverboat.gg. But yeah, those are the majority of my socials. Come say hi. I love talking with people, and if you've got questions about me being trans, always happy to engage in discussion about that. Any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And if you have questions about me not being trans, always love answering those too.
And she has great interviews on her channel. There's one guy she interviewed lately, not a big fan. Humanist Mike Figueredo, great,
future president.
Guy running for president.
Aside from that one, yeah, presidential
vanity project for
presidential candidate.
Yeah.
Yeah, we always tell guests, Jack, that we do super chats and these go long. You are free to stay as long as you want, or you could bounce. Sometimes I bounce beforehand, but Binder stays.
You know where I'm going.
Yeah.
David be right behind me. Lance be going with me.
I may be rushing through my super chats.
So yeah, listen, this is my time. I'm not here for a long time. I'm here for a good time. It was a great show. Love you guys, mean it. If there's any super chats that mention my name, read them for me in spirit. Love you, mean it. Riverboat Jack, you're amazing. Absolutely loves you on the show. And I will see you guys on next Thursday. Matt, love you, mean it. I'll see y'all next Thursday.
Bye. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
I'll stick around.
All right.
Oh,
all right.
Awesome. I might have to jump off a little bit earlier tonight because I have to redo my video apparently.
You don't want to leave. I get it.
Yeah, earlier tonight on the West Coast, where it's like what, 3 o'clock? Like
it's 8 o'clock. Okay.
It is very late here, David. Okay.
I feel so bad for you.
Mike is actually streaming from Hawaii right now.
Give me first super chat. This is for me. Ezekiel Osiris, Lance, why are you so terrified of Jason something?
Jason Derulo.
Jason Derulo, why are you so afraid of Jason
wow.
Derulo?
That's an old reference. So that was a dude I had a funny internet beef with, and then we were supposed to have a debate. He came on, and then he just bailed, and then Caleb Maupin and all these other people just uploaded it. It's like Surfs gets owned. Listen to this, and he was like, "I'm not gonna debate you, bye." And that was it. I was like, all right, well, that was that. You might want to talk to your Lord and Master about that one.
Yeah.
This is also for me. Zeitwise, 11.99 euros. Would be interested if any of the Canadians here have heard of Ashley Waxman Bakshi, makeup YouTuber, but also now expert in regards to Israel-Palestine, featured by the Ministry of Strategic Affairs. I've not heard of this person. I'm guessing their takes are not good. That's what I'm getting from this.
The expert in quotes. I can feel that sarcasm.
Yeah. I mean, when you're featured by the Ministry of Strategic Affairs, I'm going to guess. No, I haven't. Lance, have you heard of this person?
No, I haven't.
There you go. We don't
know. This one is from me and Stark 007, I should say. $10. Thank you so much. Easy to be cyclical, but none of you have changed anything at all on any systemic level. I think that means cynical on a systemic level. I guess it's easier to make money at home than sticking your neck out. God forbid you risk your comfort zone. It is, honestly. It's easier to make money at home than sticking your neck out. So I'll continue doing that. Thanks for the $10, bud.
Tokyo Hans with a membership super chat. During your presidency, will you continue Leftist Mafia as a weekly address? Is David running for the Google's Canadian parties? Parti Conservateur du Canada. I'm guessing that's the Conservative Party over there, yes?
I've never used the French term, so maybe it is. So,
oh, okay. All right.
But no, I will not be running as a Canadian in any Canadian party.
And yeah, I'll continue doing Leftist Mafia as one of my many weekly addresses.
We're gonna broadcast
my
it.
Daily addresses.
We'll broadcast it on all the channels, all the networks. Fox News. Well, we're gonna abolish Fox News, but CNN, MSNBC, we'll take over those channels, so they have to watch us.
Finally.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Former future Goblin, $20. My goodness, thank you so much. That is a massive super chat. Appreciate that. My God. Yeah, there we go. If President Mike doesn't promise to grant Ole full citizenship on day one, I will vote for Trump. Ole is not just going to get citizenship on day one. She's going to get double citizenship to where she has more powers and more votes than all of us. So you can count on it.
To make up for lost time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Only people who super chat, they will be super citizens as well.
Yeah.
Lawn Gnomes, $10 super chat. Thank you. This is how much of the liberal brain rot can be attributed to the West Wing, particularly where they solve Israeli/Palestine conflict in one episode with a lecture about having uncomfortable conversation. I never
I need
watched
to
the
watch
rest.
this.
I never watched the West Wing. I know Luke Savage has been a big proponent of like how much. I think it's Luke Savage that has talked about this. How much the West Wing has like destroyed brains. Others as well have.
I never
Chapo
watched it.
too. Chapo's talked about it a lot.
Have they? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not all that familiar with the West Wing, but it sounds like just pure liberal, like perfect garbage. Like,
Oh yeah,
that's
like
what they get from it.
Imagine if you could solve every problem by condescendingly talking down to somebody. That's basically the West Wing in a nutshell.
While walking towards the camera.
Who's the
right?
who's the creator? Who's the creator that has
Aaron
that?
Sorkin.
Yep.
Yeah,
That
Aaron
horrible
Sorkin.
way of writing where
Yeah.
no one actually, it's not realistic at all.
It's because he's on mushrooms. That's why.
Everything is like over dramatized.
Yeah, and they're always walking and talking like really fast. It's just
He did that
But
show.
not the way humans do.
Yeah, not the way humans do.
Yeah, humans don't talk like that. He did a show called Newsroom on HBO.
Oh my god, what's some of the
And-
worst
Oh,
scenes
that
of all
was so
time?
There-
pretentious.
my
It was
favorite
so
scene
pretentious.
ever was when they're like, "Hey, they're going, we got Osama bin Laden." And he's like,
Yeah. Like this dramatic moment.
It's so
It's
fucking
so-
weird.
It's so overly dramatic. Oh god, it was so terrible.
Oh, I remember laughing out loud watching that, and I liked the show, but I'm like, oh my fucking god, holy shit. Logic 5, Zozo, thank you for the $2. Love you, Mikey Boo Boo. Love you back. Thank you.
Oh wait, hold on. I need to. Did you guys see this breaking news that came out that the Capitol Police had to brief the squad about an uptick in security threats and death threats
my
towards
wow.
them over Israel.
Oh my god.
Their statements on Israel. The lawmakers, which include AOC, Ilhan Omar, Ayanna Pressley, Rashida Tlaib, Summer Lee, and Barbara Lee. And I think. Well, no, she's the one. Okay, so Congressional Progressive Caucus Chair Pramila J. Paul told her colleagues at the group's closed-door weekly meeting Thursday they need to support their colleagues who are under attack. Capitol Police spokesperson said the department conducted several briefings Thursday about their increased security posture.
Wow.
Yeah, jeez.
That's horrifying.
That's horrifying.
Who's this one?
Marcus
And-
Tan with a super chat. Thank you. Fans from Singapore. Oh, that's awesome. Who do you think from the left that if they run for president, they can easily take over the country like Obama did? I think Jon Stewart can do it. Thoughts? Well, I mean, Jon Stewart's a likable guy, but he's not a politician.
I mean, obviously,
I don't know.
It's you two, right?
Right?
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But I see what you're saying. Honestly, I hate to say it, but there is currently really no true left-wing candidate in that position to
It's got to be like a union
Yeah.
leader, like
Yeah, yeah.
someone who
but
not
they're still
familiar with it.
they
like-
still don't have enough broad
well,
recognition.
Obama didn't either till he ran in a primary, but
That's
no,
true.
I mean,
That's
I
true.
get what you're saying.
No, that's true.
I would vote for Sean Fain. That dude.
Dude,
He's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or Sarah Nelson, she's usually pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Mike.
Or Mike.
Yeah. Thank you.
One problem, honestly, is that a lot of people who have really good politics honestly don't want to become president. I mean, it's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because a
Yeah,
sane
like, it's
person
not
who
a-
has
is
good
like-
policies.
Yeah.
exception.
Same people know they
Yeah.
can't actually do the things they want to do.
Yeah. Yeah. No, exactly.
like do you think
Charlie-
do you think like Bernie Sanders, like, I mean, obviously he wanted to be president because he very much cares, but do you think he wanted to be president? Do you think he
No.
wanted to do the kissing baby
No.
foreheads and all
Not
that
at
kind of
all.
shit?
The population
No.
of the
not
earth
that-
hates
He's
you.
not kind
Yeah.
of person. No.
Yeah.
Which I
Half
totally.
the world hates you.
I am him in that.
Like-
I don't call you on your birthday. I don't fucking care.
Yeah.
That's me.
Right, that whole attitude of his, right? That's not. That's someone who that personality type doesn't align with someone who wants to be president, right? I
Yeah.
mean,
Mhm.
Which is why he's perfect for the. You want someone like that who really doesn't. Who
True.
doesn't
Right.
really. Who kind of. His first run was like that. Like I don't think he really knew he'd be so successful.
Yeah.
Kind
Yeah.
of fell into it.
Like a lot of the people who maybe would run for president and be successful, like I feel like they need another like 4 to 8 years minimum before they could even come close to doing what Obama did, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I agree with that totally.
Yeah.
Charlie Jinmir with $5. Thank you. Will the president Figueredo finally trans all the athletes?
Yes.
I will tell you this. We will be weighing a ban on cis athletes. So it will
finally.
be predominantly trans athletes. In 10 years, if we do ban it, we will revisit the cis athlete ban. But we're gonna let the trans people have a turn. So yeah, I'm announcing it here. Cis people will be banned from sports.
Excellent.
No,
Finally.
hold on. I
like
have to
that.
put as I'm someone also on the ticket. I think we should allow cis people to play, but they automatically cannot win any medals.
Oh, there you go.
They can't place on a podium.
I like that idea.
If it's a team sport where scoring is involved, they automatically start at a deficit. So yeah, things like that.
I like that. And I will be banning some sports, just FYI. Golf. Sorry, Kyle. Kyle Kalinske, I know you love golf. I will be banning that.
Oh, golf is out. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, day one.
American football can stay, but it's no longer the American sport. The American sport will now be the true football, soccer.
Yeah.
That's now America's most popular
support that.
sport under
I
a
support that.
Mike and Matt regime.
I support that just semantically. Makes way more sense.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's why I'm supporting it, because I don't follow sports, but semantically it needs to make sense. And yeah, it's not football. Soccer is football, so yeah, agreed.
Yes, exactly.
And America's national pastime is no longer baseball, it's pro wrestling.
Yeah, and actually we're gonna ban baseball because that's just such a dumb, boring sport. Sorry. I mean, I played t-ball as a kid, and I know it's stupid, so we're banning that.
Hockey stays though. Hockey gains
I
prominence.
like hockey, actually.
As football and the others go away, hockey gains stature in it.
White people can no longer play in the NHL under a Matt and Mike regime.
Yes.
There you go.
Thank you.
Little do you know, there are many more people of color now in the NHL than there used to be.
Enough to make up an entire NHL
Well, maybe not.
league? Yeah. Didn't think so.
Hideous Lemon with £10. Thank you. Mike's saying what everyone's thinking but is afraid to say in his campaign policies. On another note, it's fucking great to see Riverboat Jack here.
Aw. Thank you. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
Archangel with $10. Mike, SWYD. What does that stand for?
I don't know.
SWYD. Let me Google it. I'm a boomer. I'm sorry. Sleep when you're dead. Okay. I would not have gotten that. Mike, sleep when you're dead. What do you think of Jake running for president? Okay, that doesn't make sense. Let me go back to the...
Stop what you're doing, I think that's what that means.
Oh
Stop
my
what
God.
you're doing.
Yeah.
I'm not... It's completely unnecessary in the sentence, regardless.
Yeah. I'll try to go past it. What do you think of Cenk running for president? Seems like vanity / ego to me. What do you think is his end game? He's likely to be ignored more than Marianne Williamson. Well, we did talk about it earlier, but I'll say I think that I agree with you. I think it's vanity. I think it's ego. I think it's for attention. I think it's to maybe sell books. It's not serious, and I agree with you. You know, they're not going to take a primary challenge to an incumbent president, and that's not going to change because you have a very big YouTube show. It's just not. So I agree with you, Archangel.
I just think he's stuck in his own head. I think he really believes that he has a chance.
Yeah,
it's possible.
You know, he's been, you know, for a long time the Young Turks' biggest thing out there for progressive media, and I think he's kind of created his own little bubble.
Yeah, find somebody in your life who believes in you as much as Cenk believes in himself. You deserve that.
I mean, aside from all their recent things that they've done that lost them viewership or got them in trouble, they have not had the same relevance. And I say this without any specific malice or bias. It's just fact. They peaked under Bernie's 2016 run. I remember a lot of more mainstream progressives who were like just getting into it and following Bernie's campaign. They were watching a lot of TYT, but then like that was it. Like that was the peak. Like they haven't had the same sort of sway in progressive politics since. I mean, yeah, sure, Cenk helped with the early days of Justice Democrats, but I gotta tell you, the Justice Democrats that Cenk sort of founded is a very different organization from when it actually got
They're completely irrelevant now,
elected
honestly.
officials in. But like the Justice Democrats that got in, like AOC, Jamal Bowman, Cori Bush, this happened way after Cenk was already no longer involved with it at all. Like I did some work with the Justice Democrats, and I had absolutely no contact with Cenk because he was no longer a factor or even involved.
Where am I here? Oh, Law Gnomes. This Humanist Report presidential run already has more stated policy than Cenk's run. Yes.
Yeah.
Quite a bit of
Mandatory
policy.
homosexuality.
As presidents of as president and vice president of the United States, another thing we'll do, we will force Cenk to have more policy in his failed run. It will be put into law that he must come up with more policy.
Well, he
Charlie, well, go ahead.
I was just going to say, he did say policy on his campaign page more than Mike has said policy. You know, he said policy.
Right.
So, maybe.
I do love how that percentage thing there at the end. Like, I had no idea what that meant. It doesn't say what it means on that page at all. If you didn't know, like,
There's nowhere in the page that says that.
No.
Like, there's no link or anything.
Just how much the polls say, and what poll?
No, but
it could be just a made up number.
No, but I think you're skipping a step. It's not even apparent that he's talking about a poll. I saw it and I was like, what the fuck does this percentage mean after this policy? I don't even understand what he's saying. Is that like how he rates how important it is? Is that I don't understand what this is. What am I looking at here?
It's like a placeholder website. Like if there's a page you can go to, it's like edit text.
There's
here
no
or something
context for it. I had no idea what it meant. I had no clue.
This goes to him being in his own head where he just assumes people know what he's talking about.
we can't even talk about he's not citing any polls. He's not even contextualizing that he's talking about polls. It's just I'm like, what is this?
It's like we'll implement only 84% of paid family leave. We'll only implement 65% of $15 an hour.
That's his level of enthusiasm. 84%.
That's how you maybe you can take some of the public option. Well, 68% of a public option. That's what.
Yeah, that's what it could be. That we don't know. It doesn't say.
And gerrymandering by 90%. That's how it's coming off.
It'll almost be eradicated, guys.
No, Cenk will allow 90% gerrymandering. It's not going to be allowed in New York, California, Chicago, Illinois, Hawaii. Charlie DeGinemer with a member super chat. President Figueredo will be taking LGBTQ refugees from the UK when the attack commences, but only the LGBTQ ones.
Yes. In fact, they're welcome. Any queer person can come right to the United States and take a straight person's home. We're
Well, I don't support.
I wouldn't go that far.
I don't support that. Right? Yeah.
No.
Draw a line somewhere.
Yeah. Steve Scalise just dropped out of the speakership. Yes, thank you for the $2 Canadian. I'm gonna have to put a little note at the start of my video. Hey, some of this shit is irrelevant now. It's a big video. Like there's more to it, but it's just kind of irritating that the news would happen after I have it already.
I think we. Sorry to jump in. I think we have to unveil your new poster for president here.
Oh.
Let me add it in
poster.
Here.
Oh, shit!
The letter hack.
Oh wow!
As heard on Leftist Mafia.
Wow.
And he's gonna be the White House cartoonist.
Human.
Tell you.
Wow, that's amazing.
While
I love it.
Like saying that you're a human, Mike.
While it is obviously playing off the Obama image, he specifically drew you as like one of those like Soviet era.
A human candidate for a human country.
I genuinely hope that like some right winger like picks it up and thinks I'm being serious and looks at the platform like, this is insane, mandating homosexuality. We've been telling you that this is what they want.
Yeah. You rise in the polls further than Cenk does. You're propped up by the right.
Oh god, that would be fucking hilarious.
Just thanks again, letter hack. Always
Yeah,
really
that's
quick.
amazing.
I don't know how He's so quick.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Crazy.
Did we read this already? I forget.
I
But
just
yes,
read it. Yeah. Yeah.
We did. Yes. discuss this.
Yes. Bay Photo with 199. Can't wait for you to read super chats at the State of the Union. Yes. Actually, I'm gonna cancel State of the Union. That shit is.
Thank you.
We don't need it.
Thank you.
Time.
Yeah.
Man.
No, State of the
So many
Union will
policies.
happen, but it'll just be me and Mike playing Fortnite.
There you go.
Hell yeah.
Well, Mario Wonder comes out soon. We got to play that online. That's what we should do.
Yes. We need to do that. If it has an online, which I didn't think about. I don't know if it has.
I think it does, doesn't it? It has
I
some
mean-
kind of online. I forget if it's one-to-one immediate, or if it's like
Yeah.
more of a Dark Souls online.
If it does, then we absolutely need to do like some sort of a charity stream or something. I think that would be fun. But Das Bos Fleesh with a $5.99. I'm still trying to figure out why Lance has all items in his room twice. He even trained his two dogs to move synchronized. Yeah, Lance, how do you do that?
Magic. It's all magic. Yeah.
By the way, do you if Lance or Riverboat Jack have any super chats or any subs or anything they
I
want to read
do.
too? Yeah.
I can. Do you want me to rattle some through?
Yeah, for
Spin me a sailcloth with $1.99. No message, but spin me a sailcloth. Thank you so much. Hunt as farmer with the $5. You all should seriously run. I'm a libertarian and wouldn't vote for you. Oops. Well, that's
what?
that's
What or wouldn't?
Hold on. No, there's more. But I'd rather lose to you than the usual suspects.
Oh, okay. That's actually a really good compliment from a libertarian. I appreciate that.
Wait, I also appreciate that he knows the libertarians are so bad that he's already assuming the libertarian candidate would lose to us.
I don't endorse that joke. Thank you for the $5. D King with the $2. Let good politic guy on Leftist Mafia. Absolutely. If you don't know,
Yeah.
follow
Oh,
Good
yeah.
Politic guy. He makes awesome and great videos.
He's great.
Jay Cass with the $5. Lance should grow his hair out like Desperado. It actually looks good on you. Unfortunately, my hair doesn't grow long. It grows like out like that for some reason. So I mean, I would have to straighten it. I don't know much about that.
I would, as part of new campaign policy, as part of our campaign, libertarians will be forced to wear a second seatbelt when riding in a car.
Ooh, yeah.
And have two
Seatbelts
licenses.
mandatory.
Two driver's
And
licenses.
there'll be
Have to
two
go through
driver's
all the
licenses.
exams twice.
You will need a license to drive and a license to actually just be in a vehicle.
Yeah, the license for a license.
And literally, they will have to have licenses to use toasters. Just libertarians. So if you
Just
are
libertarians,
registered,
exclusively.
then you better change that status because that's how we're going to base this policy on who has to register for a license for a toaster.
And we will give every American citizen, no, everyone in America, $10 every time they burn a "Don't Tread on Me" flag.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
A stimulus
I like
package for the
that.
country.
I like that.
And the American flag will now be the LGBTQ plus flag, the newer one. So, yeah.
This is a serious question. Lee Baratinel with the $5. Views about the Israeli-Palestinian war. The past few days have been a mask-off moment for, quote, leftist men with respect to violence against women. I can speak for myself, and I'm sure the rest of the team. If you're referring to any specific violence that's been committed against women and, women civilians, obviously, I think we all condemn it.
Yeah, I feel like that goes without saying, of course.
I also have I've seen random Twitter accounts, of course, say stupid shit, but in terms of like people with a platform that have, I don't know, maybe there are people out there who've said some horrible shit that claim they're on the left, but I have not seen those
Wait, I'm sorry.
shows
What
or
were
those
we-
people.
What was that? I missed it. What were you talking about?
Just like, I think that they were saying that like leftist men were effectively condoning the rape of Israeli women by Hamas, which, I mean, no, obviously unequivocally.
Yeah,
condemn
if someone
that.
has done that, obviously
yeah,
that's
no.
terrible.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. Like I'm a humanist. Human life is precious. No. I feel like we shouldn't have to say that though. Like I
Yeah.
feel like
Some
that's-
things are
that's
just
obvious.
I feel like they're obvious.
Yeah.
Wanda MV with the $10. 1 year anniversary is fast approaching. I didn't even think about that. Thanks for reminding us. For the Leftist Mafia, are you planning the celebration show? We are now. Can we have Olay back for that show and all the fave guests, clips, and a fundraiser? Oof, that's a lot to organize.
Oh my god.
I don't think any of us have the time or the organizational skill.
Yeah, we still don't even have a website. We don't even go to our Discord. That's a lot. That's a tall order. We're all like, I was rushing to get here today to finish the video that I'm now gonna have to go to re-edit. So it's hard. It's hard.
We should do something a little bit special.
I think we should
a
do
very
something.
special
I agree.
guest. Just a very special
I agree.
guest for that episode.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree. And finally, Prairie
Barack
Fire
Obama.
with 190. I mean, hey, you got
Just
the
call him
context.
up.
You're the journo here. Prairie Fire with the 199. This is my last super chat. Mike will officially declare war on Christmas. Mike?
You know, I love Christmas, but I will do something about conservatives celebrating it. Like, I want them to celebrate it, but
The
not as
only
much
Christians
as us.
can't celebrate Christmas? Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
like they can't. Listen, they can celebrate it, but they can't put up a tree. We still get to
No,
do all that.
I love Christmas,
No, you
man. No
need the
way you're
tree.
doing this. Christmas is staying. Christmas is staying.
You know,
I
I
love Christmas too.
I'm a Halloween guy. I'm all Halloween, so
You know,
don't take that away from me. And you got my vote.
I think
Okay.
I think if conservatives want to celebrate Christmas, they should have to dress up in full like army fatigues, and you know, because of the war. You know, the war on Christmas.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
they need to
may
actually
enjoy
put
that,
their
though.
money where their mouth is and fight.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
That and it will be illegal to gift your children guns on Christmas.
Yeah.
But that's
Yes,
also going to be
that
because
one.
guns will no longer be in the United States at all under Matt and Mike presidency and vice
Oh,
presidency because there'll be no guns, right? No guns.
Actually,
sounding good.
I was going to give free AKs to all trans people and to leftists, and then take away the guns from all the right wingers. So I don't know if a total ban.
No. Total ban on guns. Total ban on guns.
Okay, you know what? Sure.
We can
I
give all
guess if
trans
nobody
people.
has them.
We can give all trans people chainsaws.
You know, Mike.
Okay.
I've been thinking about this for a little bit. What about finally delivering on the promise Barack Obama made to America of Hobbit homes, a Hobbit home for every person?
Oh. I
that
mean,
about-
we
what
are
is this
going
in
to do
reference
some
to?
sort of.
I don't even know this.
Oh, yeah, no,
you
no.
don't know this meme?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, there was a whole conservative conspiracy theory that Barack Obama was going to use like FEMA to move people into holes in the ground that conservatives called Hobbit homes. And that was going to be like
They'll
the
make up
the
anything.
conservative
Like
concentration
FEMA,
Where
camp.
does this come
FEMA
from?
camps,
Under-
cars were going to be taken away or something like that. Like,
What
Under
the
a Matt
hell?
and Mike regime, all Americans will be mole people.
Excellent.
That's just how it is. Everyone will be living in a hole in the
That sounds
ground.
fun.
We'll all be mole people.
yeah.
Well, on
I
that
mean, we're
note,
headed there anyway.
here's
Tokyo
super
Hans
chat.
with a super chat.
This
The
is
Figueredo
totally
Binder
true.
administration will go down as the most bearded administration of the 21st century.
Mm.
Absolutely, it'll be so bearded that just by watching us run the country, Lance will be able to grow a beard finally. He'll just appear.
Yay!
It'll just pop out.
Based. I'm there.
Tony Crump, $20 super chat. Oh my goodness, very generous. Thank you. Says I can go door to door in my neighborhood for Mike's campaign.
There's no need. We've got a podcast, baby, and a YouTube channel.
Grassroots.
Just tweet about it. That's all you need to do.
Yeah, just tweet. We're all good.
Just
Don't
tweet
worry.
about it. Yeah.
Win by tweet.
Change the world.
Jay Cass says, here's some candy money for your conversion van. Thank you. Blex actually with a super chat. Mike and Matt, what's your campaign stance on pineapples on pizza? Listen, if you want to eat crap, by all means, feel free to continue eating crap. I'm not gonna stop you. You'll be able to eat whatever you want.
Why do people hate
Freedom
on it?
to.
I support
like
it early. I'm not going to
I don't
mandate
seek
it.
it out, but if it's there, I'm
Look
like,
at this
yummy,
hatred.
You know?
No.
I actually,
Hawaiian
get.
pizza is fantastic.
Thank
No,
you,
you
David.
put pepperoni on pizza. You put mushrooms on pizza. That's pretty much all you need to put on pizza.
I
There's
get
nothing else.
pineapple on my
That's-
pizza every single time. It's Hawaiian pizza all the way, baby.
Monsters.
I like all kind of pizza. Anything's gonna pizza. Mine is no green peppers ever. If there's green pepper on my pizza,
Oh, that's
No,
wrong,
that's
David.
disgusting.
I put green peppers with pineapple sometimes.
No.
Oh.
Green
There-
peppers
there
are so
will- there-
useless.
there will be something
Jalapenos.
that-
Replace them with jalapenos.
There will be something that Mike and me take from the mind of Donald Trump, and that will be when anyone comes to visit the White House, they'll be offered a McDonald's buffet. I love that idea. I think that's great.
Oh.
You can eat a Big Mac anytime.
Yeah, a new publicly owned McDonald's because I feel
That's
like we
right.
should nationalize McDonald's.
Oh, obviously.
That's right.
yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Uncle Sam will be replaced by Ronald as the new
Oh, yeah.
face. Yeah.
Yeah, we got so many great ideas. So many.
I want you to eat this garbage.
Who's this for?
Oh, it's for me.
Oh, this is a good
Bernice
idea.
Anders with a super chat. Funds for the David Lance ticket to
Well,
Auschwitz.
gave it
They
to the
have a
wrong person.
parliamentary system though.
But yes.
Well,
Yeah.
I'll take it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we
We'll
will
funnel-
change our
we'll
parliamentary system.
illegally under the Madden Mike administration, it will now be legal to fund foreign governments as long as they're left wing. We could send money to the opposition. To the complete other countries. It's completely fine as long as they're left wing.
Mhm.
I support this.
Lizzie Bennett with $5. Presidential candidate Mike Figueredo. I'll be more than happy to vote for you, but what would you do about your evil twin Matt Walsh once elected? Do you remember earlier when I was going over my platform and I said I will be doing one drone strike but didn't name that person? That's all I'm gonna say. Please accept JCast $5. Please accept this corporate PAC money super chat. Thank you so much. I hope it's from Raytheon. I'm sure it's from a bunch of them, a mishmash of corporate donors.
Snack Panther, member for 4 months. Thank you. Says Cenk would have a better chance running against Erdogan in Turkey. I mean, I don't know enough about the political landscape. there.
Honestly, in Turkey, he
Quite
might
possible.
have a better chance of becoming president than anyone beating Turkey. Erdogan in Turkey.
He wouldn't be able to use the excuse for his run being because the public polling shows that Erdogan is not popular.
Jay Cass, $5. Thank you. Says Matt and Mike showing how to bridge the gap by getting Dave's alt-right endorsement.
Right, yes.
See,
Yeah.
we are creating the red-brown alliance
Right,
that Jimmy Dore
right.
wanted to.
Right. Yes, door rights. It's happening right here.
Ezekiel Osiris again, $2 super chat. Thank you. Lance doesn't
Why
have.
did you hate? Why
Lance
did you
doesn't
hate
have the
donating to
nuts to
me? I
debate
deserve these
Jason
$2
Derulo. I don't know.
Okay, what is Jason Derulo's YouTube? is he
Jason
making
Derulo.
music? Is he debating?
I think 3 years ago. But I mean, hey, power to you if you have fans who are like that dedicated that they'll like track me down 3
What's
years
with this?
later.
What's with the
Yeah.
cross?
I don't.
What is
I
that?
don't.
I find that oddly touching. That's actually kind of adorable.
Oh, it's someone getting their nuts tanned on a cross. That's what that.
No,
that's what that
doesn't
image
have
is.
the nuts. Yeah, doesn't have the nuts to debate.
Oh.
No.
And
The
again,
Avatar
if you
image.
need
She's
it-
No,
talking
the
about
avatar.
image.
The
Oh,
avatar
I
is a
didn't see
person.
it.
Is the Tucker Carlson nut tanning thing?
Yeah.
Person on a cross.
Oh, maybe.
That's definitely what that is.
I believe this is from me, from Nadia Yvette Chambers. $10. Thank you so much. I take issue with your disallowing donations. Maybe putting my money where my mouth is might be an overstatement, but the extradition of J.K. Rowling and mandatory homosexuality are too good to pass up. Well, yeah, that's a good point. But look, my ultimate goal is to abolish money at some point, maybe in my second term. So I'm going to be principled here and not take donations. So thank you.
I also like, I don't know why, but the way the super chatter phrased that second half of the sentence, it makes it sound like we are extraditing J.K. Rowling specifically to impose mandatory homosexuality. Wanda MV with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Wanda. Virginia elections, I should say, on November 7th. All state seats up for election. Governor just put 4 million in Republican races. If they win, abortion ban is imminent. Get out and vote if you live there. Wanda's been reminding us every week it is super important to do that. This is going to be a huge election in Virginia. Unfortunately, because it's on an off election, like a off election year, it's not a presidential election or midterms, so probably be overlooked by a lot of mainstream media outlets. But I actually think, being that it's every single state seat, it should get some pretty good play in at least, like, the major political outlets like Politico, and then CBS News and those things will cover it. But please, please, please get out and vote. This is super important, and these are going to be elections that really matter and will matter in the years going forward. If you're someone who only goes out and votes during the midterms or even just the presidential election because that's just what counts, no, this is what counts.
Yeah. Atena Sophie Giltis Grasheva, 1,000 Rs.
Whoa, someone gave you $1,000! Oh my god!
It's in
I think it's Argentina. I think
Argentina.
It was earlier.
Okay.
I think.
Well, thank you. That's really cool. Hey there, people. Talking about running for president. We have elections in my country, Argentina, coming up. The leading candidate is like Trump, but worse. I heard about that.
Yeah.
Please help us inform people around the world about the threat. Thanks so much.
He went on Tucker Carlson's show, yes.
He looks like a Harry Potter villain.
He's very disheveled looking.
That guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
The one who's like,
yeah.
He's doing public
Javier Milei.
Chainsaw and stuff. Yeah.
Oh,
Javier Milei. This guy,
he's a right wing fucking bad shit.
He looks like Wolverine if he was like 75 and a right wing a-hole. Like, pull a picture of this guy up.
Oh my god, he really does. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right?
Javier Milei. Yeah. He looks like if Wolverine was 80 years old and joined the Beatles when they first came to the U.S. during go ahead, pull it up.
His hair looks like it's like an alien organism trying to consume him.
I love how you could just look at him and tell he's a fascist. Isn't that crazy? Like, there's a look about them.
Yeah, there really is.
I don't know if you guys remember this, but a couple months back, I made a comment about how a bunch of Nazis hid in Argentina after escaping Germany after World War II. And I had a bunch of Argentinians, like thousands of Argentinians on Twitter, started attacking me for just stating this fact. And I would say like 90% of them, when I checked their profile, they were retweeting this guy. So
that's what happened when I talked about Bolsonaro. I got a bunch of people from Brazil like pissed off because it was like this cult following like Donald Trump. It happens everywhere. It sucks because we just got rid of Bolsonaro in Latin America, and now we've got this dickhead popping up. It's like, goddamn, it's fascist whack-a-mole.
Snack Panther, $5 super chat. Thank you. Says TYT leadership felt themselves. I'm guessing they went through a war with the online left.
They thought, I think.
Oh, they thought a war with the online left was going to grow the brand. Maybe. Yeah. I don't know what their thinking was behind what went down. I don't know.
Progressive Boomer, $10. Thank you so much for you, Mike and Matt. Well, thanks so much. I will be sure to send this over to Matt, or half of it.
Yeah, being that you're not accepting donations, I expect the full $10, by the way. So be sure to...
Well, this is... No. This doesn't go into the presidential fund. All of this is YouTube fund, not the presidential fund. So...
Oh, okay.
That's how... Yeah. Let's see. Mike Hahn with $5. We need a Canadian POTUS. Time to do away with the natural born crap. LOL. I mean, look.
No. We get to get a Mexican president. I don't need a. Definitely don't want a Canadian president.
Excuse me.
Unless, listen, I will accept President of the United States, Bret the Hitman Hart. That's as far as I'll go, though. That's as far as I'll go.
But here's the thing. I'm genuinely in favor of getting rid of the whole natural-born citizens provision. The one thing that I saw that scared me that somebody said is that this would open the door to Elon Musk being president. That's horrifying. So, I never thought about the billionaires just coming in and
maybe get money out of politics first, and then go to that.
Yeah.
Although it might be very funny, kind of like Bloomberg's run.
Yeah. Although that was terrifying.
I don't think he was very successful, actually.
No.
Yeah, he can spend as much as he wants. I don't think he would do well.
Yeah.
Charlie Jinmir, $2 super chat. Thank you. Says David Dole for House Speaker. Third in line, baby. See, there's someone who wants a Canadian.
Bay Photo with a member super chat. What kind of VP will you be, Binder? Will you sit back and rarely make appearances like Kamala Harris, or will you be shadow POTUS like Dick Cheney? Could you really imagine me sitting back and not being on television everywhere? I would be milking that shit for all it worth. I've been every late night talk show. I'd be on so much they'd be like, we don't want the vice president on our show anymore. It's too much.
Not him again.
There'd be like hit pieces about, you know how there's like, oh, Trump is golfing again. It'd be like Matt Binder is at wrestling tournaments again, and they brought him out on stage. And
I'd be the first VP doing YouTube debates with every third-rate YouTuber. Let me tell you.
So the vice president is debating somebody with 10 followers on Twitter currently, and he just accepted another debate challenge.
Yes, exactly.
Finally, our first debate bro VP.
Damn right. Oh, it's for me. Archangel with a super chat. My time in the army, I've seen the issues African Americans face with both hairstyles and shaving. Ingrown hairs hurt men. Glad they opened hairstyles for women. And that was about the conversation we had earlier. Yeah.
Important story. More people should know.
Paladin lost $20 super chat. Thank you. Says, can each of you predict the first scandal to rock the Figueredo presidency?
I already know what you're all gonna say. I'm not gonna say.
The first scandal to rock. When it comes out that he's actually secretly straight.
That's a scandal.
Yeah.
There you go. That's my prediction. I don't know.
Yeah.
My prediction is that the feminization camps aren't up and running fast enough for the massive demand.
Yes.
My prediction: he still watches Jimmy Dore on the regular.
Oh no!
Only for Oppo research. That's all.
No. The scandal will be after people have already voted. And it'll be that he cast his vote for Dore 2024 instead of for his own campaign.
See, I thought you all were gonna say that like I beat up an old person or something. That's like the run-in show.
Why would we? Oh, because of the Nazi.
I feel like your voters would support that, though.
Yeah,
that is true. Yeah, that is true. My it's like red meat to the base. That makes sense. Charlie Jinmir with $5. Thank you, Charlie. We did the poll in Binder chat. Many people voted for you and none against. Anyone who says the win now is stealing the election and fake news. Yes. Thank you, Charlie.
Stop the count.
Exactly.
That'll honestly, just not to go on a off topic here, but anytime I see that, it's probably one of the funniest things ever. That they would just start yelling "Stop the count" whenever Trump would go ahead as they're counting the votes. It's so funny just to think about that. Stop the count! Stop the election over!
Because those are all the illegal ones, obviously. I just love the prayers in front of the building. Do you remember? Like that video is burned into my mind. So good.
After this one, by the way, I've got a super chat that's a question for all of you, and it's an offer of something you might want for free. So if I could read that one out.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I love free stuff.
Okay. I just got $2 ones to go through. Martian for $1.99. Thank you so much. How old are you, Lance? I'm way too fucking old. Charlie Jinmir with the $2. Love your laugh, bud. Thank you. I enjoy everyone's laugh on the show. And this is the offer for everybody from Argonian Bum. Thank you so much for the $10. And to Matt, Mike, and David, can I draw you some Twitch emotes for free? Lance and Riverboat Jack are putting you guys to shame.
Sure, please do so. Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to put you to work.
Yeah. Don't. If you have extra time, that's a lot.
Extra time.
Right. That's what Mike and David are saying, but I'm expecting something on my desk by tomorrow, so I'm gonna get to work.
And then finally, Azrael with the $5. Thank you so much. I moved chats to donate. I hope it makes you moist, and I think that was for Matt Binder. So,
Nice.
Wait, I missed it. What was for Matt Binder?
No, I was just joking. It says,
Oh,
I moved
okay.
chats. I hope it makes you moist. I was like, oh yeah, that sounds like a Matt Binder. Don't know.
That's my secret. I'm always moist. Whole community.
That's
I believe this one. Yeah, this one's for me. Archangel, again, thank you so much. $10. Mike loved you and David's videos covering rhetoric of politicians, allies, and people supporting Israel wiping out Hamas. It was so bad, and I can't imagine how people are so openly advocating for genocide. I think you mean Palestine. But yeah. I after I finished my video, and getting all the brain rot into my brain, I watched David's video about like, he's going crazy, and I thought it was really good. It's really like therapeutic to see other people's takes. But yeah.
I was enjoying reading the comments and being like, okay, I'm not crazy. Like, there's a lot
Yeah.
of people who agree with us, and it's great. It's
Yeah.
the media and it's politicians who are out of their goddamn minds.
Getting that affirmation feels really good in times like this. Like I was reading my comment. I don't read the comments super often, but yeah, it felt really good to see people like be like, no, thank you. I agree with the way you put it and the way you framed it. So yeah.
Narrator.
Oh, narrator with a $20 super chat. NBC is calling their coverage live coverage of Israel-Hamas war as Israel indiscriminately bombs Palestinians. This conflation of Hamas with Palestinians is exactly why mainstream media keeps asking every Palestinian to condemn Hamas. I mean, I appreciate the fact that they do use the word Hamas instead of Israel-Palestine or something like that, I guess. I mean, I don't know how we would expect them to, like, they're not going to just put live coverage of Israel bombing Gaza. I mean, they're not. So I guess, in terms of how mainstream media could cover it, I think Israel-Hamas war is probably the best we could.
Saying, I don't know, because saying Israel-Hamas implies that Israel's just bombing Hamas as opposed to bombing Gaza and hurting Palestine.
I know. I agree. It's not well. But
I mean,
there's
no perfect way to really phrase that. Really.
Yeah.
For Mike?
Oh no, it's for me. Narrator, another $10 super chat. Pod Save America unironically compared the Hamas attack in response to 9/11 to support Israel. Had to turn it off when they said it's wrong and evil to even contextualize the violence of Hamas.
Oh my god!
What do you mean unironically compared the Hamas attack in response to 9/11 to support? Well, they basically said the attack was like 9/11.
That's what it sounds like to me. And then didn't care about. And then
I guess you can say the attack was like 9/11 if you're talking about the context where both happened as in the broader picture due to the historical involvement of what Israel has done to Palestine and the U.S.'s role in destabilizing the Middle East. I mean, again, 9/11 horrible. The attack, obviously, despicable, disgusting, the people who carry that out. But again, if you really want to understand why things happen, you need to understand, like, these horrible people did not just wake up and decide to be evil. Like, there's too much in this world of people just going like, the bad guys, the evil.
Yeah.
Like,
they hate us because they hate
the axis of evil.
Like, acts people commit can certainly be horrendous, horrible, evil atrocities, but no one just wakes up and decides to just be evil or the bad guy.
Yeah, and that's how this is treated a little.
Yeah.
Tayray88, thank you for the super chat. Says Gaza Fights for Freedom is a great documentary by Abby Martin. Yes,
it's free on Means TV. And
very good.
To Means TV. Yeah, if you're looking for a worker co-op Netflix alternative that has a lot of lefty documentaries, go subscribe to Means TV.
Yeah, Lance and I are both on there, so.
Also, I got a dono just real quick. If with an offer. If Mike follows through on his promise to use eminent domain to seize Trump's properties, I will be his campaign organizer. I have IRL experience for it. That's from GamerG for $5.
Okay, well, I absolutely intend to follow through on that.
You have a campaign organizer already.
Wow. In a single day, we built this massive movement, mobilized.
This is a revolution.
This is.
Narrator with another $10 super chat. Thank you so much, narrator. The open-air prison in Gaza is a concentration camp. Prisons are places you legally hold criminals. Concentration camps are where you keep ethnicities for political reasons. I mean, I think I think open-air prison has sort of become the vernacular used by, like, even Palestinians and its most strongest advocates. So I think that's just become the vernacular for that reason. I don't think there's any sort of anything else behind
it's
that,
not supposed to be a
honestly.
defense. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And it also elicits like a really, I think, accurate image of the situation, right? And you think prisons, you can't leave. There are walls up. People are controlling.
They
your
control
every
what goes in and
movement.
out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
so someone on Twitter seriously. This reminded me. Someone on Twitter seriously tried to refute that by point that it was an open air prison by sending me a link to hotels available in Gaza on TripAdvisor. I could not believe it. Like, even with the analogy of it being an open air prison, like you realize that outsiders can visit a prison.
Yeah,
like
you can
go visit
prison.
a prison. The point is the prisoners cannot leave.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening in Gaza. The Palestinian people cannot leave. If you visit there as a tourist or someone visiting a family member or something, yeah, there's hotels for you to stay in. Just like there's whole economies and towns built around prisons and employing people and people coming to visit and things like that.
It's true. Fam, I gotta take off. I love you all. You're awesome. Riverboat, it was awesome to have you on the show and good to see you again. And thanks for all the hard work you do. If everyone doesn't know, Riverboat Jack does a lot of kind of like organizing to try and get people out to vote, especially youth, and it's really, really good.
She's an MVP.
Awesome.
Thanks for remembering that, because I totally forgot to talk about that at all.
Hi,
See you,
everybody.
Lance.
Take care,
See ya.
Lance.
Pitchfork's Dragon, member for 3 months, says, who's going to tell Republicans Jesus was from Palestine? Jesus is actually white. He's from I don't know, what's a white state? All of them? He's from Connecticut. There you go.
Rhodesia.
Ronnie6751, thank you for the $5 Canadian. Islamophobia will only make Hamas stronger. They can use the hatred to recruit more people. That is something people in the West just don't get. That is exactly correct. If you can sell people on this idea that the whole world is against you and they hate you, that is going to breed radicalization. So yeah, that's a really great point.
Mm-hmm.
Prairie Fire Kowalski with $1.99. Thank you so much. President Mike, I'd like to be Secretary of Agriculture. Done.
Oh, Kowalski would actually completely not you could actually be really good at that.
Yeah. I mean, you literally couldn't think of a better person than Kowalski. He's a farmer, so yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm glad someone named Prairie Fire is qualified to be in charge of agriculture.
Too. He sometimes calls in while he's on his tractor. Like you
that's
could
so
see
cool.
him in the thing and on my stream. And then he calls in the majority report. You would hear it in the background. Yeah, he's legit.
That's so cool. He also has a YouTube channel as well where he kind of goes over it. Yeah.
Social Lust, thank you for the super chat. Says, remember Shireen Abu Akleh, and in her casket they beat the Palestinians carrying it. Yeah. I actually saw a
journalist.
Yeah, I saw a clip of actually Hassan today, and he was talking to Ethan about it, and he broke down like it's the amount of atrocities and just the inhumanity that is on full display on a constant basis is just insane.
Dusty Partition with $5. Fascism is hating people of other races and or other religions and or from another place and or disagree with you. More than that, but how many apply? Yeah, I mean, fascism is it's a criteria. Like, it's kind of a difficult thing to describe because there's a lot that goes into it. It's, the demonization, the otherization. But yeah, you've certainly got some of the components there. There's more to it than that.
Hold on, I gotta say, The viewers can't see this. Maybe one of you could screenshot it and pull it up. But I looked down at like the guests in the room, and I was like, "Who the fuck's that guy next to David Dole?" And then I realized.
Oh.
Yeah, it shows the host my screen. So
Well,
I still have
people.
the.
You gotta show people. Hold on. I gotta
still have.
screenshot it.
Yeah, it does look like he's like another guest down there. Yeah, everyone's seeing this guy down there.
That's down there, like just in a box with the rest of us.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute, what?
Cleat and Beans, $10. Thank you so much. Thank you for the book suggestion. I've been looking for one. Yeah, it's a really, really great book. I read the first chapter last night. Seems like it's going to be a great read. I would highly recommend it based on what I've got so far.
Oh, for me. Brandon, 1999. Wow, very generous. Thank you. Says, curious to get the panel's thought on how Destiny is covering this. I don't watch Destiny.
I don't even know how Destiny.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I have no idea. I thankfully do not. I'm not really. Yeah.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess it's probably not the best.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe it's perfect.
It could be.
Idea.
Cleat and Beans with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much. You're on fire, Matt. Your voice is so necessary. Some of the only good to come out of this frustrating, awful situation is strong, passionate voices on the left and otherwise standing up for humanity. Gives me hope. Oh, but I really appreciate that, Cleat and Beans. It means a lot to me.
I lost my place. There we go. For me, Tayray, 88 says, let's not forget what Israel did to Yasser Arafat. Yet there's I went through a list of some of the, assassinations that have gone on, including like Israeli leaders who were trying to, fight for peace and they were also taken out. So yeah, I'm not, I don't have all the history. Like I'm not, an expert in the history on all that, but yeah, it's definitely been an ongoing. It seems like it's been an ongoing project to ensure that Hamas has been propped up, and as a way to ensure that there cannot be a Palestinian state or some kind of lasting peace.
Is this for me? Yeah. Narrator with another super chat. Thank you so much, narrator. Israel either has enough intelligence to know where not to bomb because Hamas has the hostages there, or are willing to bomb the hostages. I mean, it's a good chance, absolutely. Also, the idea that they're just going, like, just look at the photos.
Yeah.
Is Hamas hanging out on entire blocks and in one neighborhood? Like, it's
when half
not,
the population is children, every bomb is going to hit a child. Like that's the reality.
And let's be real, like, do they care if the hostages are killed? No, because they'll just blame Hamas. They'll just say, Hamas just killed the hostages, so we bombed them.
They call them. They claim that they're being used as human shields. Like that's the excuse. Oh, they're being used as human shields. That's why they died. No, you bombed an apartment building. Like that's
right.
What?
Obviously Hamas took hostages with the intent to do some sort of get something out of it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken hostages. And if the whole claim is that they use the Palestinian women and children as human shields, then they don't need hostages as human shields. Hostages are for another purpose altogether.
Also, you wouldn't drop white phosphorus at all. You would not commit an active war crime.
Yeah, that suffocates you. It burns your lungs. There's a reason why it's a war crime.
Yeah, and it's indiscriminate. They would not be they would not be dropping these types of munitions. They would not be bombing to the degree they are if they cared about hostages.
Archangel with a $10 super chat. Matt, love to see your fire on this issue, but the rest of the world ignores it. Both in the West Bank and Gaza, Israel's being horrible to Palestinians. Thank you all for talking about this. Yeah, I do think like my feelings on this is like sort of like two-sided. Like one, I am actually genuinely surprised about the bloodlust and like
Yeah.
thirst
Same.
for revenge and retribution from a lot of voices. It's the first time it's felt as it's the closest it's felt to post 9/11-esque as possible.
Yeah.
In terms of like people's reaction. On the same note, though, I am also hardened by the fact that the support for the Palestinians and the understanding of the situation from the average person seems to be much more than it would have been in the past at the same time.
Yeah, well, we haven't
Um,
learned from 9/11. I think a lot of us have. You know, a lot of us grew up with those mistakes. So I think
Right.
that, that is one thing to keep in mind. Some of us are never going to unlearn that horrible time because yeah, it is, but it is really scary to see the level of Islamophobia because you would think that it wouldn't be that bad ever again. Like we've had Zed Tabani on the show who's talked about it. As a kid growing up after 9/11, how bad it was to be the brown kid in school and everybody is just like looking at you. So to think that like we're right back there like that, it honestly is distressing. But yeah.
I'm gonna run through mine, guys, because I need to
go
go to
ahead.
bed soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just trying to find where I am here. Paladin Lost says, just remember, when the people I hate do it, it's terrorism. When it's the people I like, it's justice. Kowalski says, we need Jason Miles on LM, one of the good ones. I just looked up and I recognize him. I've seen him on, I think he was on Majority Report before. Anyways, I recognize the guy. He seems like a good person. Narrator, where are you? Narrator.
Jason Miles from This Is Revolution. Yeah, right, yeah.
Oh, I was only getting like a jazz singer.
No.
He may also, well, he's also a musician, I think.
Oh, okay.
I've been on their show before. Good stuff.
Oh.
Yeah, we should definitely have him
Alright.
on.
Narrator, 8,700 more UAW members went on strike from a Ford plant today. Solidarity. Yes, well, all this madness is going on. There's also these ongoing strikes. Some good news. As good as it can be when it gets to hopefully a resolution. But yeah, definitely.
And I believe that Ford plant was the largest Ford plant. Like it was kind of
Yes.
like one of the last moves in their toolkit.
Yep.
Oh.
I don't know how to say that name. Where do I start here? Reed Dix Dorg. I feel like there's real words in there, but I can't pull them out. Red Ixtoragon, $20 super chat. Thank you. Says, thank you so much for being loud and angry at what's happening in Palestine. We have to all be upset, angry, and loud publicly about what's going on there to stop a genocide from happening. That's the hope, that there's enough pressure put on, governments around the world to do something. A few more left here. Mag Sumra, thank you, says, what are your thoughts on the UK plans to ban waving Palestine flag? Obviously ridiculous. Like, just because you, yeah, this idea again of it's like equating Jewish people with Israel. You can't equate Palestinians with Hamas.
Did you see that Washington Examiner article about how serious reporting on how Rashida Tlaib still flying the Palestinian flag outside of her office days after the attack?
Oh, how dare she be Palestinian?
Did you see Hillary Vaughn from Fox News following her around? It's like, do you condemn the beheaded babies? Do you condemn the rape? God. Just like following her around. She was silent the whole time. Like, why won't you answer? Like, it was so ridiculous. Like, if you go look up Hillary Vaughn, she's a Fox News reporter. She posted that. She's very proud of it. It's insanity.
Paladin Lost. Figueredo Binder 2024. Money for humans. Pretty good. Money for humans. I like that.
Good thing he sent it to David.
Here we go. Emo Dragon 499. Thank you. Says, hey David, I just want to say you did a great job on your video about Israel and Palestine. You've all done great coverage and remained principled. Thank you. Appreciate it. Tony Clark, super sticker, thank you. William Kelly. David, do you have any thoughts on the independent media group Canada Land? I like Canada Land. They're not I don't think they're always 100%, but I like that Jesse. This is like a podcast in Canada that's clearly focused, obviously based on the name on Canada, but Jesse brings on a lot of people that can disagree with him from the left, which I like to see, including people who others claim are too extreme left in Canada. So I think it's a good podcast. It's definitely one of my main Canadian podcasts that I check out.
Okay.
Brandon K.
I didn't know they had podcasts over there.
They do, surprisingly. Actually, it's also worth mentioning. Sorry, go ahead.
Wasn't sure if you had the technology.
Well, we are a few years behind the U.S. on many things, but technology, we're right there with you. But also worth mentioning, they've broken they've broken stories, like they do like real journalism. Like they began as a podcast and now are like going into actual like journalism. So it's really good to see.
Oh, that's cool.
Mm-hmm. Brendan K says, do y'all remember Vermin Supreme?
Yes.
Why does that sound familiar? Yeah. I don't.
He's always I
recognize the name.
President. Every year he runs for president.
Oh, okay.
He wears the boot on his head.
Boot on his head.
He stopped the limo with Pete Buttigieg in it and just stood in the middle. He's like, "Stop!"
He runs for fun. That's how you. If you're gonna run for president with a no chance campaign, that's how you do it.
Exactly. We know from experience now.
Social Less says, "Nice Michael Brooks shirt, David." That's right. Letter hack.
Yeah, I love it.
It's a great shirt. 2 more left, and I'm out of here. Just gotta find this.
Listen, hear the glee in David's voice to get away from you people, our viewers.
I love you people, but my body is like rejecting it. My mind is.
It's like midnight, right?
My body's like done. It's midnight now. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
That's understandable.
And I have a baby, so I'm gonna have even
it's
less.
midnight here, and I got 2 kids, so I mean, there's no excuse.
Your kids are old. Your kids go to the washroom by now, probably. So you're good. Et Boo, $5 says, next federal Canadian election. If the election is tight, what is worse? What is worse between conservative winning and voting liberal? I mean, it's like, Democrats and Republicans. Yes, obviously the liberals are I would say clearly, maybe not clearly on every issue, like this, like the issue of Israel, obviously in Palestine. But no, liberals over conservatives, especially with Pierre Poilievre as leader.
Mm-hmm.
Are you out of your goddamn mind?
And we need a liberal so that way us LGBTs can cross the border and get asylum status just in case. So
yeah, I mean, just on social issues
Canadians.
alone, like that's one very clear difference in Canada between liberals and the conservatives.
Mm-hmm.
Paladin last one for me says, breaking President Mike, quote, I didn't think I could win, so I voted for Jank.
Never happened.
Very funny. All right, sorry, I lost all your places.
I actually found the place, so you're good.
You did fantastic.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
See ya.
Lovely
Great meeting you as
meeting you.
well. Yes.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, so we
Hi,
are
David.
right here.
Oh, too close. Pull us back. Too close.
There we
too
go.
close.
There we go. Yeah. Okay, so Dusty Partition with $5. Egypt warned Israel and they did nothing to prepare. I saw that. He had like 10 days advance warning. Did they allow the attack to justify all this? 9/11, President Matt, help. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I know that his motivations are pure evil, but yeah, this is, I think, part of the reason why a lot of Israeli citizens are pissed off, because his whole shtick is vote for me and I will protect you. And this was a catastrophic failure here. So he failed to do the one thing that makes voting for him worthwhile, according to them. So yeah, I hope that he gets punished for it in the next election, because he's a failure.
Shouldn't even make it to next election. He should resign now.
Yeah, that would be ideal, honestly, but that's never gonna happen.
And honestly, given the fact that he has coordinated with Hamas in the past, like the questioning whether or not he allowed this, like Benjamin Netanyahu allowed this to happen, I think is a very valid thing to do at this point.
Yeah, you think that would be so outrageous that he would never show his face in public again, right? Like,
yeah.
But he No, he's trying to become a dictator.
He's straight up said in 2019, like if you are against Palestinians, you should be in favor of funding Hamas. Like he's publicly made these statements.
It's wild that I think that he is the Trump of Israel. I believe this is for you, Matt.
Oh, narrator with a super chat. Olay for U.S. Attorney General. Yeah, I think you're the second person to say that. Yeah.
Yeah. I said it first.
I mean, obviously.
Yeah, it's the no-brainer for sure. Narrator with $5. What cabinet positions will you fill with leftist mafia members and affiliates? Well, of course, all of the homies are going to be part of the administration for sure. We're gonna have like a whole new crowd of Twitch streamers because we're gonna pluck all of them out, and they're gonna have government jobs in the cabinet.
Right. We already said Rebecca will be press secretary.
Yeah.
David Dole will get some made up bullshit video game position. What do you want, Riverboat Jack? You get to pick. You're right here.
Ooh, I don't want to be overly ambitious. Just the first time on the show, so I'd probably go with something like, I don't know, something that might set me up for further down the road, like Secretary of Transportation.
Oh, see, I was actually thinking Secretary of State.
Oh, wow!
Judge mindset right there.
I mean, I'll take the Secretary of State. I didn't want to fly too high,
Yeah,
but...
no, I think you're ready.
Okay.
If I'm ready for president, you're ready for Secretary of State.
All right, we'll be working on getting those maglev trains installed across America.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to Riverboat Jack sitting down and giving an 8-hour testimony to Republicans.
8 hour? It's gonna be 12 hour. We're filibustering.
Yeah, there you go. Kathy Ann with $5. Maybe we can get Taylor Swift to speak up for Palestinians. I just can't see that happening because
every celebrity has already come out and made a statement clearly standing with Israel. A number of celebrities have literally used pictures of Palestinian children crying. They've literally used photos of completely demolished homes and buildings in Gaza. And they've used those pictures to say, pray for Israel, without even realizing that they were sharing pictures of the destruction in Gaza. And then they would come out and delete the photos and statement, and then re-put out the statement without using any photo that they pray for Israel and stand with Gaza.
Yeah.
Stand with Israel, pray for Israel. I mean, listen, it's super easy and simple to show remorse, empathize, say that you pray for the victims and their family members, and do the same for the people of the Hamas attack, the Israeli citizens and people who were killed, and then do the same for the Palestinians without throwing your support behind the Israeli government, which is what you do when you say stand with Israel, because you are endorsing their response, which is to cause the chaos and destruction in Gaza that the pictures you're posting thinking it's Israel that are actually of Gaza and the Palestinian people. Your stand with Israel posts are endorsing the creation of what's in those pictures.
Yeah. I believe this is for you, Matt.
Is it for me? Hold on, I can't see.
So.
Hold on. Yeah, it is. Okay. Peter with a super chat. Thank you, Peter. Remember Trump had Russians in the Oval Office and spilled Israeli defense secrets? What are the chances that and the Mar-a-Lago docs were used here? I mean, I don't think listen, it's certainly a possible, I guess. But I don't think Hamas. I mean, Hamas obviously has help getting their, their weapons and their supplies and their bombs and things like that. But from what I understand, I know there was a report from the Wall Street Journal that Iran was behind this. It seems very thin. In fact, the Wall Street Journal posted a report today saying that Tehran was surprised by the actions after days earlier posting that Iran was behind it. I think it's again, we don't know enough yet. A lot of misinformation's flying around.
Yeah.
And it's just so simple for people to just say, we don't know. Just don't share things yet. We just don't know. Like I see people, the claims about Hamas doing certain things, the beheading babies thing. Listen, we don't know. I've seen every report I've seen, sources, the same IDF source. Even Biden came out and said he saw the pictures. And then the White House had to come out and put out a statement saying he actually didn't see the pictures. He was referring to the reports he saw from Israel that this was what they saw. There's been, again, I'm not saying it didn't happen. We don't know. We don't know. And you have to understand, in a situation like this, there's going to be a lot of things we don't know for a while. It is totally okay to just not report something as happening or having not happened. We just don't know.
Yeah.
So, speaking of that, the Reuters UN bureau chief just like less than an hour ago tweeted out, Israeli military informed the United Nations that all Palestinians north of Wadi Gaza should relocate to southern Gaza in the next 24 hours. That's approximately 1.1 million people. And the UN has strongly appealed for any order to be rescinded to avoid a calamitous situation.
Oh
so
my
that's...
God. That's horrifying.
Yeah.
Wow. And people, I mean, Gaza's not very big. It's 141 square miles, but I mean, that much people, that's oh, yeah. I believe
It'd be
this is
like
from...
it'd be like asking half of Upper Manhattan to relocate to Lower Manhattan in 24 hours.
Yeah. I
Well,
mean,
and they don't have electricity. They how are they going to get that message?
Yeah. My God. I believe this is
probably.
for,
Hold on,
yeah.
this is Tokyo Han says, "Can you make curling the new national pastime instead?" I love watching curling. It is so addicting to watch. I really
I don't think I've ever
too.
seen curling before. Like, I know what it is, but I don't think I've ever watched it.
Oh, it's so satisfying.
Yes, I got really into it like 3 or 4 Winter Olympics ago. It was so amazing to watch. It's really like the problem is that it's just really only popular in like Minnesota and Canada.
Yeah.
Like I actually remember I was like, oh shit, where do they play? I want to know, like, how can you? And literally, like, the entire professional curling industry in the United States is entirely in Minnesota.
Yeah, there are. I live in Minnesota. It's the only place I've ever seen. Like they have buildings made for curling. And there are more of them the closer you get to Canada.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think in New York City there is one curling place. Like, and it's like just like not just a curling place, like a sports place that just has a curling thing, and it's new. It came after one of the Olympics where like curling went viral. So yeah, it is a very cool sport though. Hard. When they're sweeping.
I love the sweeping. The sweeping is like one of my favorite parts. It's just kind of mesmerizing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll try to go a little bit quicker through these because we have still quite a bit left. So I believe this one is for you, Matt.
Oh wait, someone who's not in the super chat.
No, this one's for me. I'm sorry.
Curling stones are crazy expensive. I looked into that too when I first saw curling.
How much are they?
It's like $600 for a curling stone.
What?
Yeah.
And you need like a bunch, of them, because the industry is so small, and these stones are like huge and made out of like this really like nice like rock or whatever. It's like it's
That's
they're
weird.
Crazy
I would not
expensive.
have expected that. I mean, I never thought about it, but like $600.
They're made of granite traditionally, apparently, but other materials as well. Curling stone price. I remember they were really expensive. Brand new curling stones cost between $500 and $900 each.
Wow, that's stupid.
And you need multiple curling stones. You need multiple curling stones to play.
That's so weird. Wow. Okay, this one is actually for me. So Philip H, $25. Thank you so much. Insert soundbite here. I don't have access to David's soundboard, but that's a lot. I really appreciate that. Because I wanted to beat the $20 guy. Also, John Stewart for president. Otherwise, I'm investing in Brondo. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think this one was for David. So let's see here. Okay. Is this for you? Let me check mine really quick. Oh no, this is for me. Okay, Zaid Awise, $11.99. Just to clarify, I only asked the Canadians because the lady I mentioned is Canadian who married someone from Israel and is a self-proclaimed Zionist activist now. Was shared by someone I follow on Instagram. Okay. I don't remember what we were talking about. We move on so quickly, and I'm getting tired. So.
I'm now just focused on. I want to ask Riverboat Jack so many questions about curling. I didn't know you were in Minnesota. This is amazing. Have you ever played?
Oh, I've never played it, but it is like kind of like a stereotype that kind of like middle-aged dads will like watch curling and be like, I could do that, and then like go through a curling phase, like
really,
like it's one of like the stereotypical Minnesota midlife crises that people go
That's
to.
So funny.
And like to like one day maybe be in the Olympics,
Oh.
How many people in Minnesota sound like Bobby's mom from Bobby's World? I gotta know.
Oh,
don't you know?
It gets really it gets really bad the further north and west you get. It gets the accent gets so much stronger.
I think it's such a fun accent.
Oh, it's so much fun. Every Minnesotan can do it, by the way. Like it's just imprinted into us. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh my God, that's it right there.
Oh yeah,
amazing.
You get your boat, you go fishing, Oh,
that's
catch yourself a nice big walleye.
I also got to say your comment about how every Minnesotan middle-aged dad goes through a phase where they think they could take up curling.
Oh, absolutely.
That would be me because I'm going through that phase.
Do
right
it
now.
Do it.
But there's no curling. I started playing soccer again in a league.
Oh.
I looked up pro wrestling schools and I actually attended one for like a trial.
Oh, that's
awesome.
I'm going through a total do everything I ever wanted to do before it's too late phase right now.
Do it. Do you have a pro wrestling name? Like did you come up with a
over the years, I've actually had a number. Because like back in high school, I would do backyard wrestling with my friends.
Oh, that's so much fun.
But I wouldn't use any of those names now because they're looking back, they're lame. But no, I don't have any current one. I would have to come up with a new persona.
Okay.
The Bender Blender. So I think this is for you, Matt. Kind of echoing what
Axios with $5 super chat from just user O. Axios 20 minutes ago, we just mentioned this, right? Israel tells UN to evacuate northern Gaza Strip within 24 hours.
That was so chilling.
It's not going to be good, and I don't know when it's going to. There's no end in sight here. That's the thing too. Like, what is the end game here? When will it stop, and what's going to be the response after? I don't understand.
There's no calls for anything. It's just have at it.
Well,
it's so horrifying.
And the unity government that Netanyahu put together. Like has a war cabinet, and basically everyone the 4 of the members are people who have actively been saying that all Palestinians should be wiped out, and the one other one is the opposition leader who is also conservative and was like the defense minister for like several years. So like none of them are in favor of keeping Palestinians alive, and I'm terrified of what 500,000 boots on the ground are going to do.
Yeah. God. Okay, so we have Archangel, $2 following up. Thank you, Archangel. Mike, I don't know why I added SWYG. Okay, I wasn't quite sure. I was very confused. So I appreciate the follow up, but you didn't have to send a super chat for the follow up. But Thank you for making it clear. So this one was for David Dole.
Oh, hold on. We missed one of the older super chats that were sent to me. I don't think we put it up, so I'll just read it. For Resto with a super chat. Careful, guys. Jenk might have very strong words of complaint about Ole for your criticism. That would be really funny if they went after. Yeah.
So this one is from me, Mr. Sushi, 22, 199. Thank you. Did you guys see Tim Pool wage war on OnlyFans? I did not see this. That is very stupid because I'm assuming he's subbed to some of them.
Subbed to a number of them, I'm sure.
But I mean, if he's not, like, dude, get a life.
I'm really enjoying the Tim Pool trying to set himself up as like a red pill influencer because he's.
Oh no, is he?
Absolutely. It's been like part of his recent content coverage.
And he said, I did see a clip where he recently said something like, he goes down the street and women check him out because he looks like a rock star or something like that.
Yeah.
He did not fucking say
yeah,
that.
He
Please
did.
Yeah. Oh my god, I cannot handle. I cannot. This world is too fucking stupid.
He's such a nincompoop.
Yeah, he is. Celeste with $4.99. Can I be your VP? I will be the first Gen Z and Latina in history. Well, hey, if it doesn't work out with Bender, I'll give you a call, Celeste.
I will say, I'm sure when Tim Pool walks down the street, there are some women who stop and turn and stare, but it's usually probably because they're saying, hold on, wait a minute, is that the fucking beanie guy who gets owned all the time on Twitter? Yeah.
Or like, do you smell that? I think it's him.
Charlie the Ginnemer with a super chat, as long as they keep Christmas in the bedroom.
Aw. We gotta let Christmas out sometimes.
Lyrida with a super chat. Victory to the moletariat. Yeah, we're gonna be mole people. It'll be good.
The mole of America.
I love it.
Right.
Steven with $2. Pineapple pizza. In that case, bananas and grapes too. Oh, come on. That's a straw man of the pineapple pizza argument, okay? Okay. I get it. It sounds weird. It's a fruit on a pizza, but look, it works. Lee with $5. On a serious note, since Prez Mike will be mandating gayness, may I suggest directing David to create a gay OnlyFans to help pay for universal health care? Listen, I'm not going to mandate anyone create OnlyFans, but since he is a Canadian, I am going to require Canada to donate 50% of their healthcare in the first couple of years as we roll out our system. So they will be helping.
Right. Damn, a lot of people really want to see David Dole naked, apparently.
I know, shit. Let's see here.
CBF with a super chat. Are you telling me that Steve Scalise struck out at the plate? Ooh.
Damn. That's spicy.
Yeah. Ooh. Had they paid any attention? Had they paid any attention to his stats, they should have seen that coming. Oh wait, because CBF actually stands for, if I recall correctly, this is user Congressional Baseball Fan.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Okay, that's maybe not as dark as I thought. Maybe.
No,
I think we're all thinking the same thing. I'm not going to comment.
This viewer just clearly likes baseball and enjoys when the members of Congress hold that classic annual Democrat versus Republican. I'm not looking any further into this.
Nobody likes that.
This viewer does. Okay, end of story.
Okay.
Let's move on.
Let's move on. Yes.
Tokyo Hans with a super chat. Do you guys have a campaign slogan yet? Like get woke and wash your ass or something?
I don't know. I'm workshopping it.
Beards to believe in.
Okay. From the podcast to the presidency. No, that's not really a slogan. That's like a autobiography title. I don't know. We'll have to think of something. Maybe you all in the chat can give us some recommendations. Kosh 963 with $5. One solution for the people in Gaza. They could do a mass walkout. Well, they can't because they're not allowed to leave. So there's not really anything that they can do. So they're just kind of stuck. Like they're at the whims of Israel, unfortunately. Emo Dragon with 199. Mike, will you run negative ads against Jenk? No, listen, I'm gonna run a very substantive campaign. We're gonna talk about the policies. Having said that, though, if he draws first blood, I will be forced to defend myself and respond with an attack ad. But I don't see it coming to that. I think we can keep it clean and focus on the issues here.
Also, just fun fact: last president to have a beard in the White House, the last beard in the White House, presidential beard, was in 1893. You'd be making history.
Wow. That's amazing. And I would be the third gay president ever, so there's that as well.
There you
Wait,
go.
who are the other two?
Obama, and
Oh,
because
right.
obviously, remember, and I forgot the name. Andrew. It was what is the name
Lincoln?
of the dude who was thought to be gay, where he had letters with a friend? I am blanking on his name, and he's a president. I can't remember, but I know you all know what I'm talking
I think
about.
Lincoln.
William Taft? No, I don't know.
There were a lot of rumors that Lincoln was gay too.
Was there really? Let me see. See, I wasn't thinking.
James Buchanan?
Yeah. So when I Google gay president James Buchanan comes up. Maybe there was rumors. I'm not sure. I'd be the first openly gay one though.
Whoa, hold on. Who was James Buchanan's first lady? This is the question when I just search first gay president on Google. Harriet Rebecca Lane Johnston acted as First Lady of the United States during the administration of her uncle, lifelong bachelor, President James Buchanan.
Oh my God.
I did not know that. I did not know that.
I can't believe they had an acting
How did we
first
just
lady.
find this out?
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Well, certainly wouldn't be the first gay then, because that is that's weird and yeah.
I didn't even knew we had a bachelor president.
Yeah. That's the gay one. That's the one they all thought was gay. Let's see here. I think this is for you, right?
Someone I think my Twitch chat just said just 2 words, Uncle Fucker.
No. Oh no.
Okay, Ryan Lennon fan with a members super chat. Good job not falling for the meme about mass leftist support for Hamas. That viewpoint is super niche and has no material effect, unlike support of IDF. It is the dumbest thing for. I've seen some people writing for major news outlets. Some people I even once thought highly of and respected, writing entire pieces focused on calling out this super powerless fringe group of people as if they have any bearing and we should be spending a single minute on any idiot saying something stupid in a speech somewhere at some event.
Mm-hmm.
It is completely bogus to spend a single minute on this.
Agree. Yeah.
We abhor the death of any innocent civilian. We abhor and condemn what happened to innocent Israeli civilians included. It goes without saying. If you care about human rights and have basic human empathy, you do not want to see any innocent party injured, dead, inconvenienced in any way by something that they have no role in.
Yeah.
And to think you need to come out and say something because some people are requiring it of you to show that that's how you feel. It is a tactic for them to talk about anything but the real issues here.
And the fact that that's what people are concerned about and not the people who are very open, like the people in power, the politicians who are saying we're going to turn Gaza into a parking lot, the fact that that's not the concern, I think it really tells you everything that you need to know.
Yeah.
I know that David got this one too, but I got it as well from Chris. $5. If Mike falls through on the promise to seize Trump's properties with eminent domain, I will be his regional director. I'm an experienced organizer in DSA. Yes, absolutely. The Matt Mercy with $10. Thank you, Matt. Some don't feel the need to condemn civilians, conscript Hamas deaths, because Zionists don't condemn IDF murders. I hate violence, but eventually the chickens come home to roost and make a peaceful revolution. Full revolution. I think I know what you're saying. Make violent revolution inevitable if they don't allow peaceful revolution. Look, I mean, when it comes to like these types of situations, where you have people who are being colonized, violence is definitely inevitable. That doesn't mean that you should justify like deaths against civilians, but what that does mean is that like there's going to be violent resistance sometimes.
The
Targeting
second the
targeting
second
civilians is bad, of course, but military targets, that's something that you see all the time. Look at the Battle of Algiers, for example.
right. The second you lose your humanity and morality is the second you become just as bad as the people
Right.
that you're speaking out against.
Yeah.
You always, it's important that you maintain that. It's that simple to me. I mean, if you care about people, if you're truly a leftist and care about, I mean, that's what we advocate for. Why do we want Medicare for all? It's not Medicare for all, but the far right, like even they need it because there's a number of reasons why. Means testing doesn't help anyone. But like it's a basic human right. And that means even for people that we don't agree with, or don't hold the same moral high ground.
We are so principled that we support Medicare for all, literally for the people who want us dead. Like the fascists in this country. So,
right. In fact, extra medical care for the far right. We need forced vaccines for the far right. COVID-19 vaccines and boosters specifically for the far right.
Ooh, that's a good platform plank.
Oh, yeah.
Mandatory vaccines.
Right. Charlie Degenemer with a super chat reminds me add and emotes. Oh, I need to tell Anne. This is from a viewer. Anne made some free emotes for me, and I was able to put them on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
But when I went to upload them on Twitch, they said they weren't the proper size. So I need to go back to her. You reminded me. Thank you, Charlie. I need to let her know that so she could see. I didn't know there was different rules between
I can
Twitch
send
emotes
you
and YouTube
just the file that you can like copy and paste over it because I have the exact dimensions for when
Okay, yeah, send that. It's weird because one of her emotes actually did upload to Twitch. I guess that was the one that was the proper dimensions. The other ones I tried to upload and they said it wasn't the right size.
Oh, weird. Let me see who this is for. I think this is you.
Is it? It is for me. Ace Area 51 with a membership super chat. Instead of a presidential debate, we need a rap battle among the candidates. No, in fact, I'm gonna do quite the opposite. Under a Matt and Mike administration, any politician or a political candidate rapping immediately disqualified for whatever they're running for. Cannot happen.
New rule after Vivek was singing "Lose Yourself."
Yes.
So yeah. So we've got two here. One that's blank from Mark, and then we have another one here.
Oh, that's for me. Oh, yeah. Thank you, E-Mark, for both of those. Open air prison gained traction after Guantanamo was established to hold so-called prisoners of war. Right. I mean, if you want to talk about a U.S. response to 9/11, we literally took a bunch of people that we have no idea what their involvement was, many who had no involvement whatsoever, actually, and just for the sake of it, threw them in a prison for the rest of their life. Their children growing up without them, their parents, grandparents, whomever, dying without being able to see their son. I mean, horrendous. You don't want to have a 9/11, a U.S. response post 9/11. If only our allies, so-called allies, told us more forcefully to not do what we did after 9/11.
Yeah, for the love of God, learn from us. 3,000 people in the United States died tragically. That was horrible. But then 1 million+ people in the Middle East who had nothing to do with that also died. do not do what we did. Learn from our mistakes for the love of God.
Yeah.
The Emo Dragon with a super chat. Matt, loved your show this week. Those clips from Michael on Israel were still as poignant as today. Also, what's your favorite anti-war punk song? Ooh, there's a lot. Probably some I can't even think of right now. One that's coming to mind right now is White People for Peace by Against Me. That's a really good one. Fight War Not Wars by Crass is another good one.
We have 0PE 499. Thank you so much, 0PE. Thank you, Mike and David, for your Israel-Palestine coverage. You're very welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's really helped me stay sane through all the propaganda and explain this to others. Thank you. I tried to, I think a lot of you probably realize that the way that I created the videos was to like appeal to normies who don't know about this, because in the first video that I did on Monday, I had a lot of comments saying, oh, wow, I didn't know about this backstory here when it comes to Israel-Palestine, because I have a lot of newer subscribers. So I'm like, okay, I need to appeal to people who are maybe normies or don't know. So I really tried to be as nuanced and thorough as possible. So I really appreciate you saying that.
T-Types with a super chat. Curious whether every panelist here identifies as a humanist. Personally, I see leftism as humanism and a political form.
I don't.
I mean, honestly, I don't really know too much about what humanist is. I never really looked too much into it, honestly. Even though Mike's show is called The Humanist Report. An advocate or follower of the principles of humanism. But what is humanism really? An outlook or system of thought attaching prime importance to human rather than divine or supernatural matters.
It's secular,
Humanist
basically.
beliefs. Oh, secularism, right?
Yeah.
Why don't I just say that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's also there's
why
this
didn't
emphasis...
Mike? Why don't you just call your show something like, I don't know, secular talk?
So there's also there's this emphasis on like the preciousness of human life and how important it is to uplift all of humanity. To be anti-racist, to be anti, transphobia and whatnot as well. There are criticisms that humanism is too anthropocentric, meaning that like there's an overemphasis on humans to the detriment of like the planet and animals. But I don't think that they're mutually exclusive, honestly. I think that you can be a humanist and also care for animals. You could be a vegan. You can. It's not mutually exclusive. So that's my take on
it. I'm a humanist, but I'm so much a humanist that I only care about humans. Fuck all other life. Fungi, you're going down.
See, that's human supremacy, which I think is contrary to humanism, actually.
Wait, what was that? You actually went? Did he drop out for you, Riverboat Jack?
I heard him.
That was weird. I didn't hear you at all, Mike. That was
I was saying that's human supremacy, which I don't think is a tenet of humanism, actually.
Yeah,
I mean, I think I'd identify as a humanist. Like, seems like I don't think if we identify as something other than humanist, generally speaking, it's going to lead us to wrong-headed solutions to problems or things that just don't make sense. Like, I don't see there really being a place for that in a global society. And people are welcome to their different religious beliefs, but that probably shouldn't be what dictates policy.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Oh yeah. This conversation. I've had this conversation before with people, and it always reminds me of like people who say like, oh, if you're not like religious and like, then how do you have any morals? Like, how do you know right from wrong? And it's like, oh, it's really simple. Like, I don't. In fact, I think it's even more of a good standing than like, oh, you do good because you want to go to heaven, or you want a nice afterlife. I mean, for me, you're a good person because it's the right thing to do. We're here on Earth for such a short period of time. Why would you want to create pain and suffering for anyone? We're here for what? 50, some people, unfortunately, less, even 60, 70, 80 years, 90, 100 if you're lucky. Or unlucky.
True.
But the point is, we're here for such a short time. Why would you not want to? I mean, this is what you got. This is your one life. Everyone should enjoy it and do what they want as long as it does no harm to others.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like, also just it helps to have an ethical framework that isn't just something you found, in a book and someone else told you was mandated by a supernatural entity. Like it helps to know why you think things are good rather and have like a reason for that other than someone you know heard a voice in their head and told you that's what it said was good.
Yeah.
Like
coherency is important.
well, that and the ability to be able to like think independently and be able to like figure out what is good in a given situation that someone didn't foresee. That it really helps to have grounding in that way, and that's something I didn't appreciate until I was older. So
yeah.
Oh, I'll never forget like what actually like the first thing, because I grew up. My mom is Catholic, my dad is Jewish. My mom obviously won out in terms of how her children were going to be raised. So I was raised Catholic, went to Catholic school, and the first thing that had me starting to question religion in general is we had a priest come in, who, by the way, years later would be sent away by the Catholic Church because he was one of the priests who molested children.
Oh dear.
But we had a priest come in, and he was the main father of the church. I forget what they're called. Forget what it's called. But he came in to teach a class, and someone asked him, "Oh, will we see our pets in heaven?" And he said, "No, we will not, because animals don't have souls, so they don't go to heaven." And I was like, "Get the fuck out of here!"
That was a sticking point for me too.
I'm done. There's no way. You're telling me that this so-called paradise where I'll be happy or whatever doesn't have any animals, let alone my own pets? That's not that's not anywhere nice. I don't want to live there. No, I'm done. I'm out. No, thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because that was a very big sticking point for me. I remember like thinking my pastor was so wrong. I'm like, no, animals do go to heaven. I think this one is for you, by the way, Matt.
Oh, Matt Claremont with a super chat. I don't know if it would work as a campaign slogan, but if you and Mike were a tag team, you would be the Inevitables. I don't even know what that means, but okay. I mean, I know what the word inevitable means, but I don't know what the context here is.
Like, are you both photoshopped to look like Thanos or something? I don't know.
So Ren with a super chat. The Matt and Mike administration would have the best flags outside of their office. The Americaist flags ever. Believe me.
Tremendous. Rara Lady with $9.99. Thank you so much. Did you guys see Bree and Robbie from the Hill debate Israel-Palestine? I did not. Robbie basically cursed at her and said the left supports Hamas. He definitely needs to get put in his place. He is a wannabe Ryan Seacrest weirdo who he's going to take the most mainstream views that he could find to attack the left and just copy paste. He is an empty suit. He's a
Weasley little fascist. I'm just call it out. Like you can see the glee in his face when he just talks about like the concept of oppression. Like that's all I have to say about him. Nothing else is going to be helpful.
Yeah. So Donald James, thank you for 3 months being a member. Also, we have Joshua Sean with 150 rupees. Thank you. How should we look at Hamas, a terrorist organization or resistance force? Even Nelson Mandela had to resort to violent uprising to eventually succeed. I mean, they're a terrorist organization. There's a difference between just doing violence for the sake of violence or violent resistance in the sense that like you're targeting like military infrastructure and power structures, not innocent people. So that's the way that I would differentiate. I don't know if you all wanted to add to that.
No, I think it's over the past like couple of decades, it seemed like they were moderating. They were trying to be more of what we would call a militant group instead of a terrorist organization. Straight up, I mean there are differences. That's why one of the reasons why this attack was so surprising. I read a report that even people within the Israeli government had lines with leaders of Hamas because they were legitimizing themselves and like they viewed like the rocket attacks as like just like a part of them needing to show their resistance and fighting for Palestinians. But the Israeli people didn't take those rockets seriously. I mean, the Israeli government didn't take those rockets seriously. Yeah, it was a lot. It's been a while since there's been a major attack like this. I mean, I don't know what they're thinking, but clearly it seems like you also have to think too that like again the makeup of Hamas is obviously very different. We talked about how the people who voted for Hamas in 2006, half the country weren't even old enough to vote then. In the same time, Hamas in 2006. Not the same Hamas it is now either. It's certainly a lot more young people who clearly have been radicalized. Because again, like I said earlier, they have seen no movement on the situation. They've seen nothing else. Their parents, their grandparents, were alive when there were talks and actual negotiations. These kids have never seen that. It did. There was a poll that said that like, so it was something like it was like a question of like how many Palestinians people support two-state solution or something like that, and like the older people still have hope for something like that, whereas young people are like it's not happening. There's nothing happening. We are here forever. I mean. There are certainly young people who are part of Hamas who've been brainwashed, and you have to understand why. It's because to them, I'm sure Hamas is a resistance group because they're the only people they see fighting for them.
It's
the most. It's a whole. Hamas without a doubt uses that power over the Palestinian people to portray themselves in a propagandized way. I'm sure. That as if they care more about them than they actually do. I mean, if they wouldn't have done this knowing that innocent people would die. But you have to understand the entirety of the situation to see how people get radicalized. I mean, people get radicalized in the middle with the attacks on America. There's been young terrorists because they get radicalized because of what they've seen happen.
Yeah, I mean, and like a resistance force, in this sense, like if Hamas were resorting to violence against colonialism in the sense that like they like show up armed and they are trying to stop a violent eviction of a Palestinian and they fight back with violence, I think that would make them, a resistance force. But like if you're just targeting civilians, that is not a resistance force.
Yeah,
You're not targeting the power structure.
I used the example earlier of like they could have surely done something in terms of like stopping evictions as they're happening in motion.
Right.
Like if there was a violent act like that, it would have been way more understandable by the vast majority of people as a defense of people being wrongly removed from their homes, violently. Removed from their homes if they did something like that. This was when you target something like a music festival. That's just you're losing there.
Yeah. It's a terrorist organization, and it's a controlled terrorist organization. It is one that is propped up by the Israeli government by design, and its most potent recruiting tactic is as offering as like the only tool available to people who have lived their entire lives in a prison. They are the one organization that is like saying, hey, your entire life has sucked, but come join us, believe what we believe, we will make you a glorious hero, and when you die, you will go to some place far freer than this. And that becomes a very alluring prospect when you are trapped in this small area and people you know and love are dying all the time.
It gives you a sense of purpose when you have none.
Yeah,
You know, it's like, oh, I'm doing something now when I felt powerless before. That's why they join.
Yeah, well, and the other aspect is that Hamas, while it is effectively a terrorist organization, it's not entirely its militant wing. It does provide certain services within the Gaza Strip that, like, just there's no they fill the power vacuum, you know, and so there are some people who join because, like, it's one of the only effective organizations to, like, ally yourself with, and that's, you know, it's horrible, but, like, it's kind of what we see in gang structures in America, even, you know, like, gangs don't just exist out of nowhere. They exist because there are needs, and communities are pushed into kind of extreme states, right? You know, the gang can show up and support somebody's grandmother, you know, who needs her medical bills paid. You know, like, that's a thing gangs do sometimes. You know, it's not the main thing a lot of gangs do, but, like, that's a social support that would otherwise just not exist. And so it's more complicated than, like, would be nice. You know, it's not a all black and white, but
yeah, that's a good point.
It
is messy.
At the end of the day, yeah, like, there is no justification for attacking and massacring civilians. There just isn't. And I think
It
that
also
just one
it
real
also
quick.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
One last thing. There's a big difference between understanding why something happened and justifying that thing.
Exactly.
And we really need to understand why this happened.
It also seems like just from this is just an observation from videos that came out. I don't even know if everyone who in Hamas who was involved in this even knew what they were there to do. There were videos of and this is from Israeli citizen firsthand accounts of Hamas members coming into their home, just making them sit down for a couple hours, asking if they could eat a banana, and then or like eating food or something, and then they left. Like, clearly, I don't think, you know, again, not saying that, but there's clearly a difference between why certain people in Hamas thought they were there and different actions here.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it's just an observation from on the ground reports from people who said the Hamas came to their home or came to their neighborhood and then just left. Didn't do anything to them, even talk to them and let them go and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's messier and less clear cut than, like, a lot of people want to attribute in a lot of respects. But yeah, at the end of the day, like, you know, 260 concert goers getting shot is not, like, a defensible thing. And like you said, though, not a lot of people are defending that. The more important issue is that so many people conflate Hamas with Palestinians, that's just not accurate at all.
Yeah, very, very important to vociferously push back against that notion, because that is what they're using as a justification to slaughter. Can't read that because I can't read Arabic, but Arabic is such a pretty language. Humanist, thank you for your honesty. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Very kind of you. We also have Mitch, the Mystery Man, $4.99. I've always said this. Netanyahu is like a combo of Putin and Cheney. That's actually very apt. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Derek Espinoza with a $9.99. Hey, Mike, very appreciative for your content this week. Thank you. Despite how difficult it's been, what 3 artists are you listening to that you like? Same question for Binda and Guest. You know, I hate to admit this, but I have been enjoying Drake's new album. I really, God, I need more music. But Drake and I like the new K Michelle album. I'm really enjoying that. And that's really it. I don't think I can name a third one. I'm kind of in a music hole right now where I don't have much. But how about you both?
I actually don't listen to that much music. Mostly because when I have time to listen to something, I've been trying to stay on top of everything that's been going on, and that's usually the case for me. So I'm always listening to like podcasts and like debates. Like I talked about this a little bit earlier on my stream, but I've been listening to a lot of content from Alex O'Connor, who's like a secular atheist YouTuber, and he has talks with a lot of interesting guests, and so I've been listening to a lot of that and news content, which isn't fun to talk about. So, but if anyone has music suggestions, I'll happily check out more stuff.
Binda?
I talk about music all the time on my stream. I'll save it for that. I can't think right now. It's getting late.
I know it is getting really late.
It's 1 a.m. here now.
Oh my
Okay,
goodness.
we don't have too much left, so we can run through these pretty quickly here. Resolution tension, $25 and a penny. Oh, now 1 cent more. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. You're so kind. Let's see here. I think this is you, Binder.
I don't
Is
know.
it? No, it's not from me.
Oh no, this is for David Dole then. Okay. There's some that he still read, I believe, that I missed. E. Mark with $5 slogan. Their left is best. Their face is beard. Figueredo Binders. I like that. Rick Robin Cagnan. Oh God, is it Kanan? I know I butchered your name. 125. P. Thank you. I don't know what currency that is. Not surprised. The Philippines happens to be one of the countries that support Israel because both are U.S. allies. Yeah, I mean, the international community has not met this moment with a few exceptions. So, yeah. I also have a membership from Kenzie Page also, and then I'm done.
Oh.
Just got binders. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna throw out there, like, the international community largely follows the U.S.'s lead in a lot of respects.
Exactly.
And so it, that's one of the main reasons why more countries don't recognize Palestine. Like that, the U.S. is domineering international pressure.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm gonna duck out right here because the remainder are actually all binders. So I will see you all next week. I have this one highlighted, Binder, so you can just go next one after that. Actually, I'll highlight the next one for you. But yeah, I'll see you all later.
Oh, you're done. All right, cool.
I'm bouncing.
See
So
ya.
I can edit.
Wait, before you go, send your Twitch people to my Twitch so then I could send everybody to somewhere else.
Okay, I will do that.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna bounce and do that. But I'll see you all next week.
See ya.
Nice talking to you again,
Yeah.
Riverboat Jack.
Always
Oh
a
my God,
pleasure.
I have no idea where we are right now. Let's see. Wow, you're staying on with me. This is a first.
Yeah,
No one's
sure.
ever stayed on with me. I love it. Hold on, I can't find where, even though he pressed it. So, I don't see it. But let me check. Hold on. All right, we'll go from there. The prof says Jenk sees the more replies section on X as the left. LOL.
I mean, that's just accurate.
That's a good one. Wow, that's really. Smeghead1312. Keep it on. Thank you. Narrator with a super chat. Terrorist has lost all meaning. It's just a xenophobic term that serves to say don't question how we kill these people. A CIA hit list term. Brett Taylor with a super chat. Israel has all the power. Don't they have more responsibility for all outcomes? Especially being that they are the official entity here. It would be like in a skirmish between a robber and the cops, not expecting the cops to act. I mean, again, maybe this is really asking too much, but not accepting the cops to act as the professional ones here, and not put innocent people's lives in danger. Like, yeah, the robber, the armed robber might decide to. I'm thinking of like the movie Heat, where Tom Sizemore's character picks up the kid as the to be the literally a human shield. You expect the police not to just start shooting regardless of him holding a small child. And you would rightly condemn the police for not caring that he's holding a small child and just shooting and hitting the small child and killing the girl.
Yeah,
but here we don't. Apparently we don't care, right?
Yeah. I think people would be a bit upset in America if there was a situation like that and one of the cops just threw a grenade in. You know, like that's like the equivalent of what's happening right now. And yeah, Israel absolutely bears so much of the responsibility for creating the conditions and the backdrop under which this violence happens, in innumerable different ways.
Like we literally tell our children to be the bigger person and not retaliate. If you're religious, turn the other cheek is a major thing here. Now I'm not expecting the Israeli government to turn the other cheek at this, but a little bit of responsibility and care for the innocent human lives, and coming up with a plan of action that's a little bit more accurate at the very least than what they're doing, or even having any care for accuracy whatsoever would be helpful too.
Yeah.
Narrator of the super chat: the African National Congress, Black Panther Party, and Irish Republican Army were all called terrorists. The left doesn't need that term. Narrator: if you were asked if Hamas is a terrorist organization, the only response is to ask for a definition of terrorist and how Israel-U.S. doesn't fit it. I think that's, we put, yeah.
I mean, I'd definitely argue the United States and Israel engage in terroristic acts, for sure.
Yeah. Ignore Husky with the super chat. Apparently, Israel just issued an exodus order and a full invasion is likely soon. This keeps getting worse, and what's about to happen will be insane.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope I'm not right, but all the indications are it's going to be genocidal.
And Randy Randleson with a $10 super chat. Good night, folks. I appreciate ending on that note, Randy.
Yeah.
Good last super chat. Riverboat Jack, thank you so much for joining us. It was an absolute pleasure.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me on. I'd love to do this again sometime. It's been. I mean, the topics have been heavy. But
yeah, usually we are able to have, I guess, a little bit more fun, I guess, if that's the word I want to use. It's usually not this heavy, I guess you can say.
Yeah.
But the situation requires it.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, if I come on again sometime, it'll be under better circumstances.
You absolutely will. Yes, for sure.
Anytime.
Who should I rate on Twitch? Who should I rate? Are you staying on, or are you jumping off too?
I am gonna stay on for a little while. So if you wanted to raid into me, I would appreciate it.
I'll raid you, of course. Makes total sense.
Thank you.
Let's do that now. All right, folks. That is this episode of Leftist Mafia. If you want more, twitch.tv/riverboatjack. That's correct, right? That's the right username, right?
You got it.
There you go. Go right there right now. You'll get even more. There's nothing else to really say because rarely does a guest continue after we go 4.5 hours. But let's do this. Everyone, go to Riverboat Jack's Twitch channel right now, and I will see you all on my stream at youtube.com/MattBinder on its usual nights of either Tuesday or Wednesday. And then, of course, next Thursday right here. Take care, everyone. And Riverboat Jack, I am now clicking start raid.
Thank you so much.
Ooh, they're piling up. Let's see. 34, 47, 59, 69, 72, 73. That might be it. Let's see. I'll give it one more second here. And I am going to raid you. Have a great night, everybody.
Thank you so much. See ya. You get good sleep.
I will, yes.
Bye.